I get to myself down here for last year. Got some and I barely caught it. I barely crossed it.
Harris is on his way, and if there's going to be a break, I can get out. But if there's not going to be a break, Kraska made it sound like there was a quick pee break for somebody, and they didn't want to let anybody else on the floor. Does that sound like what it was, or is that just?
But I same thing. Like they broke 3:30. I was up 3:30, and Erica didn't get down there till 3, and I stayed till 5.
Yeah. I've taken my dad to a eye doctor appointment, so I'm kind of locked into when I need to leave the station. And I don't need to leave the station until noon. It's not like I got to be out of here at 11 o'clock or anything. I can stay just so I'm out of the building heading home by noon. I don't want to be hard on them, you know. Your driver's license?
That's interesting.
Tron.
It's not charging us next time about it.
First witness at high school. First witness at high school.
Yeah, I guess it is.
That's not good.
Maybe that is that battery dead?
Oh, face on the first one?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no.
I should go get my power supply. You let me back in?
No. Where does the thing have a wire that goes into it?
Green one here.
Right on my line. Where's it going to the other spot? That's bad.
That's the one I would jiggle.
Yeah.
Can you jiggle it all on that end? Yeah, we just jiggle it all.
We'll go with that.
Respond.
Not so far. Not even like
Not even a little, yeah.
I won't need help tomorrow.
This morning already.
Do you have another battery?
Battery fully charged.
Yeah, but maybe it's just something with the way that one's connecting.
Is that a B mount? Oh, in time.
My lightning strike area. Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, because it should automatically do it. It shouldn't.
Well, I'm good for 40%. Breaks at 10:30.
Yeah, they're like
We're great. How are you?
Hey Chris, it's Shane. How are you? Good. Are you open today? Okay, so I have the green TV unit, the HDMI unit. And I've got a brand new external circuit.
I've got more than one set.
And I plugged it back, and it doesn't respond to charging. So, sorry, I'm not supposed to leave. Generally, on how to get this thing to start charging with an external battery. I mean, as it is around 43% right now, so I'm afraid in this case, may break it temporarily. Yeah. Okay.
No, let me tell you something, Tommy, you've thought this through.
drastically.
Well, then,
Folks, good morning. Make sure cell phones are completely off.
because when people
And
hear
once
this,
the court starts, there's no in and out. Thank you.
you know why?
All rise to the jury.
You may be saying good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We call your next witness.
State calls Aniya Day to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You wish you do as you so answer to God, or the case of mental perjury. Please be seated. Good morning. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. You can adjust the microphone to see when not moving. You may inquire.
Thank you, Howard. Morning, Isaiah.
Good morning.
Can you state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter here?
Isaiah Day, Isaiahday.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes,
And how long have you been employed?
2 years,
And how old are you?
24.
Mr. Day, do you know an individual by the name of Sierra Day?
Yes,
And how do you know Sierra Day?
she's my twin sister.
And who's older, you or Sierra?
She is by 1 minute.
By 1 minute.
You'll stipulate you can identify her.
Certainly.
Sitting over there in the Burgundy.
So, Mr. Day, do you have any other siblings?
Yes,
How many siblings do you have?
4 sisters and 6 brothers.
And do your 4 sisters and brothers come from the same mother and father?
Same mother, different father.
And how many different siblings come from the same father as you and Sierra?
Just me and her.
Just you and her had the same father?
Yes,
What's your father's name?
Eddie Day,
What's your mother's name?
Natalie Day.
And are you guys how would you describe your family dynamic? Are you guys close?
Yeah, we all close. Functional.
I'm sorry?
We all close, a functional family.
You guys have social gatherings with each other?
Yes,
Get together on holidays?
yes,
You indicated that Sierra Day is your twin sister. How would you describe your relationship with Sierra Day?
we got a good relationship. Real good.
Expound on that. What makes you say that you guys have a good relationship?
We tight, we're real close, do everything together. We don't argue. We always agree. Basically, whatever we want to do, stuff like that.
You and Sierra go to the same high school?
Yes,
What high school was that?
Shaw High School.
Did you guys hang around the same circle of friends?
Yes, somewhat.
Somewhat?
Yes,
In high school and after high school, did you and Sierra hang out socially with each other, with other friends?
yes,
Do you love your sister, Isaiah?
yes, I love her.
Mr. Day, I want to ask you about Aniya Day. Do You know who Aniya Day is?
Yeah, she's my niece.
And how would you describe your relationship with Aniya Day?
Real good.
What sorts of things would you and Aniya do together?
Play the game, stuff like that, like the Xbox. But she had tried to play it, but she already lose. Go outside, do what she wanted to do.
And you mentioned earlier that you and your family would get together at these social gatherings. Would Aniya typically be present at those social gatherings?
Yes.
And typically speaking, what was her demeanor at those social gatherings?
She was cool.
Did she
I ain't
play
seen, huh?
or go ahead.
I ain't seen anything wrong with her.
Did she play with any of her cousins?
Yeah, all the time.
Mr. Day, do you know an individual by the name of Deonte Lewis?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Deonte Lewis?
Went to school together.
Did he go to Shaw High School as well?
Yes.
Were you friends in high school with Deonte Lewis?
Yes, we was cool.
Was Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis friends in high school?
No.
Did they talk with one another?
No, not as I knew of at that point in time, no.
And how long have you known Deonte? Did you start your relationship with him, your friendship with him in high school?
Yeah, yeah.
And how would you describe your relationship? Were you guys close growing up?
We was cool.
After high school, did you guys drift apart, or did you become closer with Deonte Lewis?
Well, me and him, we was everything was cool. Then we kind of drifted apart.
Okay.
Then we came back together.
When did you get back together with Deonte? When did your friendship rekindle?
I feel like I really can't really recall, but I feel like, well, I just feel like this, like within a month, within a week, I feel like something like that. Then so we all should hang out. Like, well, that's how me and my sister and them got connected.
All
so
right.
we all should just hang out and stuff like that.
So you said you and Deonte should all hang out. Is that what you
All
said?
with my sister, yeah.
And your sister
Yeah.
should hang out.
So I figured it'd be cool and we all just hang out.
Is this when you started talking to Deonte again?
Yeah.
When was this?
Can't recall.
Was there a point in time when Deonte Lewis and Sierra Day entered into a relationship with one another?
Yes.
And describe the circumstances surrounding that.
It was okay at first, but I really didn't approve of it.
I'm sorry?
I said it was okay at first. I really didn't approve of it.
You didn't have proof of it?
No, I really didn't approve of it.
Approve of it.
Yeah.
Why didn't you approve of it?
Because the type of person he was iffy. Not really much straight to the point when it comes to a lot of stuff.
When you say iffy, what do you mean?
Like, he just be all over the place. He didn't have no sense of direction.
And do you know when they started to become a couple?
A little bit after our birthday,
When's your birthday?
July 20th.
Was this in 2017?
Yes.
So sometime in July of 2017, Deonte Lewis and Sierra Day started dating with one another.
Yes.
And you don't approve of it.
No.
And would you spend time with Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis in any type of social settings?
Did we?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. What types of things would you do with Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis?
Well, Aniya be with us too. Bowling, skating, and probably we just have our own little event. We just throw at the house. There's nobody there.
How often would you, Deonte Lewis, and Sierra Day, hang around with one another?
Pretty much on a day-to-day basis.
Day-to-day basis?
Yes, somewhat.
And you mentioned Aniya would be there as well.
Yeah.
Was there any moments when you guys would go out and Aniya wouldn't be there?
Yeah, we was going out. She probably with my parents or initial babysitter that see her, probably sent her over or something like that.
You say going out, I mean going out at night, drinking.
Yeah.
Okay. And who would watch Aniya when you guys are doing that?
Either my parents or Sierra's initial babysitter.
But you got an opportunity to see Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis interact with one another.
Yeah.
Can you describe their interactions with each other, what their relationship was like?
Weird.
Why do you say weird?
I really don't know how to like this. Well, put it, but I can put it like in the best terms I can. It's where like these two people just don't belong together. Well, attitude wise, or what they really agree too much stuff. They try to, but then again, they really agree too much stuff like that.
Just slow down a little bit.
Oh my God.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Take a deep breath. You said they were weird.
The way they react with each other didn't.
How would they interact with one another?
They didn't come to agreement when it comes to certain stuff.
Okay. Was there a dominant individual in the relationship?
No, both of them were like it was like almost like equal dominant.
They were equally dominant with one another. Did Deonte like hanging out with Sierra with other people?
No.
Explain that.
Like say we go, we'd be like with a group of people, he'd be all up like really underneath her and stuff like that. Like this is my girl, like you gonna know this is mine.
When you say, did you say up underneath her?
Yeah, like he'd just be basically following her anywhere she go.
Okay. So wherever she went, he went.
Yeah. Then if people would turn around like show her some type of attention, he like be like the aggressor, like no, this ain't that.
And you mentioned that they were equally.
Yeah.
So what happens? Was there ever a situation when Sierra wanted to do something and Deonte didn't want to do something?
Yeah, it come to an argument.
And how would that argument usually end?
Not good. They just go their separate ways, or they try to make it work out, but then they just sit in the same room, just like, no, y'all need to be together in the same room.
Did you ever, during your time together, did you ever see Deonte Lewis interact with Aniya?
He'll reenact with her, not really on his own terms, mainly on Sierra's terms, kind of, sort of, seen from a standpoint of view.
Okay. So how would you describe Deonte Lewis and Aniya's relationship?
She didn't like him.
She didn't like him?
No. She'd be quiet around him.
Okay.
Sometimes she may smile, sometimes she won't. Or she may be bougie. Be sitting there talking to her. Be sitting there talking to her. She just look the other way, roll her eyes, or something like that. Then they might have a cool day. It might be all right, but she didn't really like it.
Did Deonte Lewis provide Sierra Day with any financial support?
Yes.
Explain that.
As far as money, basically material things, anything she needed.
Such as what?
I'd say like a necklace, bracelet, whatever, money, material like that, item.
Did he buy her any food?
Oh yeah.
Groceries?
Yeah. He was a good guy. Just really possessive, just over her.
He was possessive over her.
Yeah. It seemed like
he was possessive over her.
He was like she was just a goddess or something like that.
He was a what?
Like she was just God or something like that. Like he never came across somebody like he never came across somebody like her, like just a perfect relationship. I mean, what he's seen, and from what I've seen, that's how I've seen it. Like it's like he felt like found the perfect family. Just weird, he was just weird with a lot of things. But he was a good dude.
Did Deonte Lewis attend any family functions that you guys had?
He did.
How did he interact with the family?
He really ain't that good, but our family already sensed something just weird about him. Like, dude, just calm down. He just like how he is just doing the most. Or to make it seem like he just didn't want to be there, or sometimes like something like that. Like, all right, I'm ready to go. Come on, Sue. Let's just come on.
Did you spend Thanksgiving of 2017 with Sierra?
Yes,
Where was Thanksgiving of 2017?
at my parents' house.
Was Deonte there?
Yes,
Was Aniya there?
yes.
How did Aniya appear to you in November of 2017?
Cool. Everything was good.
Did you see any marks or bruises on her?
No.
Did she look like she was being taken care of?
Yes. Sierra always took care of her child. She was a good mother.
When Mr. Day, when's the last time that you saw Aniya Day?
In February.
Before we get to that, let me circle back real quick. Did you spend any time with Sierra Day in February of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And describe your first interaction with Sierra Day in February of 2018.
Well, I was at a friend's house at first. So let's hang out, whatever. So she basically, she agreed to it. She came over. We were just sitting upstairs having like a little social event, like the wine coolers and stuff like that.
And you said this was at a friend's house?
Yeah.
What was the friend's name?
Josh.
Okay. And who was at Josh's house?
Just me, him, and my sister at the time.
Okay, so you, and when you say him, who's him?
Josh.
Okay, and your sister?
Deonte came way after the fact.
Okay. Did a conversation arise about Aniya?
Yeah.
And
Basically saying,
describe for us the circumstances around that conversation.
Well, my sister, we were talking about wherever we were talking about this. She just looked out the window. She just looked up like this. Said, "Nah, you just can't walk." I was like, "What?"
Sierra told you that Aniya couldn't walk.
Can't walk.
Do you remember when this was in February of 2018?
And, well, I think on Sunday or something like that. I believe so.
Do you know if it was before Valentine's Day, after Valentine's Day?
Not for sure.
Okay. Did you ask? Oh, strike that. So Sierra indicates that she can't walk. Did you express concerns over that?
Not really at the time. Then in my head, I thought about it. That's what made me come over there to the house.
Okay. Before we get to the house, does Deonte Lewis end up going to the friend's house?
Oh yeah, after the fact, he can't end up coming to the friend's house. And she told me that he was downstairs, so I ran downstairs. That he was acting all like nervous and all that or whatnot.
Deonte was acting nervous?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's good.
Did you ask him what he was nervous about?
And I asked him what he was nervous about. I'm just saying, dude, just calm down.
What was he? How was he acting? What do you mean he was acting nervous?
Like he did something or something like that.
He what?
Like he did something or something like that. Like he think basically he did something basically I already knew about or something like that. Like he thought I knew something or something.
He thought you knew something.
Yeah, that's how he came off to me.
But you didn't have a really extended conversation with him about it.
I just the look at his face and like, do what you.
Deonte Lewis in the courtroom.
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
It's right there. Wearing a blue suit.
So you had concerns about Aniya then, correct?
Yeah.
And Based on those concerns that you had for Aniya, what did you do?
I went to their house. Tell my sister I was coming to her house or whatever.
Okay, when you say to the house, what house?
The last residence that she was at.
Do you recall where her last
Gardens.
residence?
Some dealing with gardens or something like that.
Cultural gardens?
Yeah, cultural gardens.
All right. And what time do you get to cultural gardens?
I say like doing probably in the afternoon, something like that.
Okay, and when is this?
With time,
No, what time period? Is this in February 2018?
yeah.
Okay. And what are you guys doing over there?
Having a social event. Well, I had brought like a bottle or something over. Just to kind of just hang out with them, see what was going on.
You say a bottle of what?
I brought her to a party,
Okay.
silver rum.
And when you get to cultural gardens, who's present?
Deonte Lewis and my sister in the night.
Okay. Those were the only people present at the.
Yes, that was in the house.
Did Deonte Lewis live at cultural gardens?
Yes, he lived at Cultural Gardens.
And you indicated earlier that you expressed concerns about Aniya.
Yes,
Did you follow up on those concerns once you were at cultural gardens?
yes. After my sister, well, Deonte was the person who had let us up coming to the house. My friend was,
What do you mean to let you up?
he's the one that came outside the squares up into the house.
Okay. Are you not able to get into the apartment complex without someone letting you up?
Exactly. You need a key or something like that.
To get into
The scanner, yeah, whatever it's called.
Okay. And Deonte Lewis is the one who lets you up.
Yes.
All right. So you get up to the apartment. You're concerned about Aniya. What do you do?
We socialized for a little bit. He sits on the couch or whatever. Everybody sits on the couch. I pour drinks. They sit down, just watch TV like normal people. Then I asked my sister, I said, well, she goes into the kitchen. I said, well, see her where tonight? She said she's in the room. So I opened the door. I see Aniya, she's laying in the bed. Because it dawned on me, like, she said she can't walk, but she was laying down like this. And I said, walk her nigga, Nana. I said, Nana, she was laying like this. I started her like, Uncle Isaiah. I'm like, you good? You cool? She's like, yeah. So everything just seemed pretty cool. So I'm guessing why she can't walk, probably sprung her ankle or something like that. I don't know, but while I seen everything was cool. Went into the kitchen, I see her, was everything cool with her? Was she eating? Everything good? She pretty much told me that she's eating, but she's eating pretty little. And stuff like that. Sierra did.
All right. So you go into the room. Aniya's laying in her bed. Do you ever see her get out of bed?
No, she didn't get out of bed. Because normally when she in bed, she just lay there. That's just how she is. She don't move. You tell her this. You tell her to sit down something. She just do it. She listens. She's a respectful child.
Okay. But you never saw her walk?
No.
Cultural Gardens apartments that day?
No.
After, describe her room for us. Describe Aniya's room for us.
She like pink. Yeah, she had a bed near her. Clothes, what you call clothes that and stuff like that. Dresser, carpet, rug.
May I approach her?
Yeah. What's that number?
22.
Mr. Day, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Aniya's room.
Is this how Aniya's room appeared when you saw her on that date, February?
Yeah, exactly.
And is this the bed that she was laying on?
Yes.
So that's a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the room that day.
Yes.
After you check on the well-being of Aniya, what do you do?
I go to see her and ask her about her. Is everything cool? But she told me, yeah, but she hasn't been eating that much. But she has.
When you were having these conversations, where was Deonte Lewis at?
Sitting on the couch like this.
Like, what you mean, his hand on
This
his
with his
chin?
blankets fresh on his face.
Did he say anything about Aniya?
He didn't say anything about it.
But he was present for these conversations that you were having with your sister.
Yes, he was present.
Did you end up leaving Cultural Gardens?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you left?
Probably later on that night. Don't recall the time. I know I left. And they still was there.
Who was that?
Sierra, Deonte Lewis, and Aniya.
When you left?
Yes.
Do you recall the time you left?
No. Can't recall.
Was it at night?
I know it's at night. I just don't know the time or remember it.
You indicated they started dating back July, August
Yeah.
2015.
Correct that.
2017.
I'm sorry, 2017. When did they start living together? Do you know?
I don't recall, but I recall my other brother told me
Well,
that.
don't tell me what your older brother told you.
Basically, it was true they were living together. The Sierra brought it upon to me.
I'm sorry?
They basically came true they were living together. Sierra brought it upon to me.
Sierra told you they
Yeah.
were living together.
In a weird way, she expressed it.
Did you ever, did Sierra Day live at Harbor Press Apartments at any point?
Yes,
Did you visit Sierra Day at Harbor Press Apartments?
yes.
Did she live there while Deonte Lewis was dating Sierra Day?
Say it again.
Was she living at Harbor Press while she was dating Sierra Day?
While he was
He was dating Deonte Lewis, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you visit Sierra at Harbor Press?
Off and on.
Okay. When you visit off and on, was anyone present at Sierra's apartment?
Yes.
Who?
Deonte.
You know if he lived with Sierra Day at Harbor Press?
It seemed like he was all comfortable, so
What do you mean he was all comfortable?
like jogging pants, regular t-shirts, obvious shoes, like he lived there.
Do you know if he had any clothes over there?
Probably not. Serious type person, she don't like people leaving stuff in her house. Or he probably did. I don't know. I ain't going no room with him like that, but I know how she is.
But she didn't like.
Yeah, she don't like people. Any, no matter who it is, anybody.
And how often would you visit Sierra at Cultural Gardens?
Culture Garden,
Yes,
old resident with a new one.
the new one.
It was my first time ever visiting her.
Okay. Okay, so that was the only time you visited, the only time you went to that apartment?
Yeah, it was for the night situation.
Briefly, I want to turn back to February 2018 when you and Sierra were at your friend's house. You said Deonte came over later. Do you recall that?
Yeah,
Do you recall what time Deonte got to the house?
no. It was late. It was late night. I don't know the time.
Was Aniya with
No,
yeah.
I don't know where she was at. I didn't ask.
You didn't inquire as to where Aniya was?
No.
Did you ever inquire with either Sierra Day or Deonte Lewis why they moved to Cultural Gardens?
No.
Do you know why she left Harbor Prep?
No.
Mr. Day, when did you learn of Aniya's death?
My sister called me when I was at work. My older sister,
Who's your older sister?
Erica Johnson.
And you and Sierra are the youngest in the family, correct?
Yes.
You guys don't have any
Baby.
other siblings?
Nope.
Okay, so Erica Johnson calls you and informs you about what happened.
Yes.
All right, so what do you do?
That's gonna come pick me up so we can find where Aniya was at, the little hospital she was at.
You eventually go to the hospital?
Yes. Like a hospital, they don't tell you any information. They beat around the bush, even though that's a policy what they got to do, or whatever. But I knew they was lying. I knew that she was there, but she was there at first, but she went I think to the morgue or something like that. But I know she was at the hospital because of the way they was acting.
And after the hospital, where do you go?
Huh?
After the hospital, where do you go?
We just went we went to the Euclid Police Department,
Okay.
and that was an investigator or wherever he was.
I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Day, when you went to Cultural Gardens and visited Sierra and Deonte and I was there, you said that was in February 2018, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if that was before or after Valentine's Day?
I don't recall at all.
Describe for us what Aniya's appearance was like when you saw her in that in February 2018.
She looked healthy.
What makes you say she looked healthy?
Healthy like she normally looked.
What did her face look like? Like yours?
Yeah. She had meat and stuff on her bones.
She had meat on her bones?
Yes.
Did she have a blanket over her?
No.
So you were able to see her body?
Yeah, she was cool.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
No questions, Judge.
Now, you said that, you knew Deonte before your sister did, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and you all used to hang out, you and Deonte used to hang out on a daily basis and just kick it, right?
yeah,
Then, on your birthday, or shortly after your birthday, you reintroduced him to your sister.
no,
Okay, then how did that hookup occur?
I did, I put all that together.
I'm sorry?
I said I put all that together. Because
You
I
put them
suggested,
together.
yeah, I suggested it before our birthday even happened.
Okay. And, but, you had been hanging out with him before that. How long before that had you been hanging out with him?
Before we split up,
No.
When we came
before
back
you hooked up
together.
with your sister.
I say like a week.
So you and he had just reunited one another for
Yeah.
a week?
Yeah, randomly hook up.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, randomly. Hey, we just out of the blue just called each other.
Okay, so you knew his personality, right?
Yeah.
And then you introduced him to your sister?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, excuse me, yes.
So how is it that you disapproved of this relationship? You already knew who he was, what type of person he was, and you're the one who got them together. How is it that you disapproved of the relationship that you were responsible for?
Because of how the way he was acting.
Excuse me?
Because how the way he was acting. I wasn't expecting for him to act like that.
Like what?
This all over the place. I was expecting him to act like with some decency of himself. Like he's in a relationship with a woman. I'll be all over the place. If they're deteriorating somebody away from you, you don't know what you want, basically.
Okay, so you're trying to say he was all over the place, like still messing with other women or something to that effect?
His mentally is like kind of all over the place. He was always like that, but when he got with her, it just got whacked. He got whacked.
He got whacked.
Like whacked meaning it's like he just got like possessive. He got possessive over her.
So you said he became possessive of your sister?
Yeah, early.
Okay. Now,
Doing stuff for her in the beginning.
I'm sorry?
He just started like just doing stuff with him. When he seen the type of person that he was, basically just like I don't want to say like took advantage of it, but he just knew what he had to do, like to try to just to win her over, or like materialized thing like money and stuff like that.
Okay, so she was his girl and he bought her gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it kind of typical, especially of young people, when you first meet and have that chemistry, that you want to be together a lot?
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
It's fair.
Okay. So when they first hooked up, they spent a lot of time together.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you say that you and your sister were over to Josh's house, where was the night?
I just told him I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Did you ask her?
No.
And when would this have been?
I said like in February.
In February. All right. And Deonte was not there?
No, he came after the fact.
I'm sorry?
He came after the fact.
Okay, he came after the fact. Now, if I recall your testimony correctly, when your sister lived at Harbor Crest, you didn't go over there very often, right?
I regret not. No, I went over there like not very often.
Not very often. And when she moved to Cultural Gardens, you only went over there that one time in February of 2018.
Yeah.
Correct? So how on earth did you say they were living together?
They was living together. You can be living with somebody.
But you said the few times you were at Harbor Crest, you didn't see him every time you were there, right?
No.
Okay. That was a few times. And the one time you went to Culture Gardens, you saw him that one time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you never saw his clothes at her house?
No.
Never saw at either place?
No, because I never went into any other rooms and never investigated no stuff like that.
Okay.
I know he was living with her.
Razors, no
Okay, wait,
shaving.
Okay, you're both talking at the same time. Let her finish her question. You answer, let her finish his answer, please.
No razors, no shaving cream, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. And you said Sierra didn't like people leaving stuff at her house?
Yes.
Okay. So if you live in a particular location, then you're not leaving stuff there. That's just where you live, and that's just where your stuff is. Is that fair?
Yes, fair.
Now, you said Sierra was a good mom, right?
Yes.
But at some point, her daughter stopped walking, right?
Right.
And you discovered this in February.
Yes.
Did you ask her why didn't she take her to the doctor?
No.
Don't you think a good mom would have taken her child to the doctor to see
Objection.
why she's not walking?
Go ahead, you can answer.
I'm just saying she sprung her ankle like I told him.
But she didn't tell you she sprained her ankle, right?
Huh? No.
Okay.
I can
So
fall.
wouldn't it be reasonable for someone to take their child to the doctor to see exactly why they're not walking?
Yeah.
Now, even prior to when Deonte and Sierra got together, you and your sister hung out a lot, right?
Right.
You and your sister hung out a lot even after they got together, right?
Right.
And Deonte, sometimes you would hang out without him, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Deonte would hang out a lot with his brother, correct?
I'm supposing. Whoever he hanging out with. He wouldn't. I don't know.
But he wouldn't be with you and Sierra.
No. He come after the fact, always.
I'm sorry?
He would come after the fact, always.
Okay, he would come after the fact. After you and Sierra get through hanging out, and he gets through hanging out, then
They
somehow...
already been made the agreements before they even got with us.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
They will already make the agreements before they even got with us. So if she gives it to us, wherever he's at, he's doing his own thing.
So where's Aniya doing all this hanging out?
She's either with my parents or with a babysitter.
And you know that for sure.
Yeah, she tells me. My sister tells me.
That's what Sierra told you?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was always true.
Well, that's what she told you. Okay. Now, didn't there come a time when you and Sierra and Deonte and Aniya was over to your dad's house?
Yes.
Okay. And Aniya, did she peed on herself or messed up her clothes or something? And your sister hit her like that.
Objection.
And her eye. Didn't you witness that?
I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall?
No.
So you don't recall her hitting that baby in her eye like that and Deonte saying, what?
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained. Let's go sidebar.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't stress the case. All right. You can, I guess you can stay there. We don't have to do it separately. I don't think. What? Actually, I have to win this watch. Okay. Yeah. I guess. Okay, put your objection on the record, please.
Statements that are hearsay, statements that are made by Deonte Lewis in regards to this alleged incident where Sierra Day smashed him in the face. That is hearsay. That was the basis for my objection.
Thank you. Response?
Your Honor, I was just asking him what he observed.
You asked him what Deonte said. That's clear hearsay. It's not an admission by a party opponent. Now, we went through this in opening statement, and I admonish you. Don't do it again. You cannot get from a witness any out-of-court statements that your client made. You understand that now? You understand?
Your Honor, I was just asking him about.
You asked him what Deonte said. Did you not?
I was asking him what his reaction was.
No, you asked him what Deonte the last exchange between this witness and counsel, any facts set forth in the question are to be disregarded. They have not been established, and they are not permitted to be attempted to be established by the means in which counsel has asked these questions. So please disregard that entire exchange. I'm striking it from the record. Anything further? Counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very good. We're going to take a short recess now. Please do not discuss the case. You can step down. I'll sit down. I'm going to say go out. You can step down. I'm going to do a quick sentence.
Your Honor,
Yes,
before the jury is brought out, maybe we have a sidebar.
sure.
Mayor, can the witness go back in the witness?
No, not till we
Not yet.
get down
Okay.
to the sidebar. Once we'll have it sit back there. Do we need a court report for this? I'll read you, Mary Jo. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. With respect to here hitting the child and what your client may or may not have said.
Your general statement on it sounds like you were just trying to disregard.
They know what I was referring to, the objection came out. Okay? Let's go. Let's bring him out.
We need Aquila and Mr. Gay.
What?
Mr. Gay and Aquila.
Oh, where's Jim? I'm sorry. Look.
Close.
I don't know where he's at.
Call him and tell him to get here right now. He's in another quarter start. You look in the restroom? Call him. Not a restroom. He's kicking the voicemail. See if he's across the hall.
just texted.
What did you?
Bring it on. Have your witness take a stand, please.
All rise for the jury.
Maybe said you may continue.
Mr. Day, just one last question. Did you ever see Mr. Lewis harm a knife?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Day, you were asked if you thought it would be reasonable for the mother of the child to seek medical attention for Aniya Day based on the fact that she couldn't walk. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be reasonable for the boyfriend who was living with that mother, with the child, to seek medical attention for the child as well?
Yes, both of them.
I know there's one.
Nothing on that, Judge.
Anything on that?
And your statement that he was living with her is based on your seeing him there a few times. One time in February at Harvard Press, in Cultural Gardens, and a couple times at Harvard Press.
Yes.
I'm gonna step down. Call your next witness.
The state calls Erica Johnson.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this you do is useful answer to God or the pains and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please be seated. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. You can adjust the microphone. The seat will not move.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter.
Erica Johnson, Erica Johnson.
And Ms. Johnson, are you gainfully employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a patient care nursing assistant at University Hospital.
How long have you been so employed by them?
A little over 2 years now.
And do you have some children?
I do.
And how many children do you have, their names and their ages?
I have 2 girls, Mackenzie and Madison, and they're 4 and 6.
And do they reside with you, ma'am?
Yes.
And ma'am, do you have brothers and sisters?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell me your brothers and sisters' names?
Isaiah Day, Eric Johnson, and Sierra Day.
And you all share the same dad?
No.
You share the same mom?
Yes.
Okay. Who else shares the last name of Johnson with you?
Eric Johnson, my brother.
All right. And Sierra and Isaiah?
They have the last name Day.
So they share the same dad?
Yes.
Okay. So you all have the same mom. What is your mom's name?
Natalie Proctor.
All right. Do you also have some older brothers and sisters?
Yes.
And do you just know their names?
Yes. Alden Johnson, Howard Johnson, Alicia, Daryl, and Mike.
All right. And what last name do all those folks go by?
I know Alden and Howard go by Johnson. I'm not too sure of the other 3.
All right. And with regards to your family dynamics, how would you describe the relationship amongst all of you? Who was the closest of siblings?
Me, Sierra, Isaiah, and Eric, we all grew up in the same household, so we were the closest.
All right. And who is the oldest sibling within those 4 folks?
Eric was.
All right. And Sierra and Isaiah are twins?
Yes.
All right. How old are you, ma'am?
I'm 26.
All right. And how old were they?
24.
What is their birthday?
January 20th, 1994.
Okay. Your birthday?
Oh, I thought you asked for theirs. January 9th, 1993.
Is your birthday?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so, how would you describe your growing up years?
It was pretty tough. We had a rough childhood growing up.
And where did you go to high school?
Shaw High School.
All right. Did you all go to high school at the same time?
Yeah, they came in a little later. I believe once I was in either 10th or the 11th grade, they came in.
All right. And did you have same or similar friends?
For the most part, yeah. We hung out with each other, so.
How would you describe your relationship amongst your brother and sisters?
It was pretty good. We were really close. We were all each other had, so.
And did you maintain that into adulthood?
Yes, we did.
Who was the first one to have a grandchild?
I was.
All right. And was it Madison or Mackenzie that was first?
It was Madison.
All right. And there come a point in time that Sierra got pregnant.
Yes.
All right. Who was Sierra dating at the time?
Michael.
And how did that go? Did she stay? Where were you all living at the time?
We were still living with my parents at the time still, when they started dating.
All right. And so when you were living with your parents, again, your parents' names?
Natalie Proctor and Eddie Day.
And where were you living at?
When they first started dating, we were staying on 146th Street in Kansman.
Okay. And when Sierra got pregnant, where would she stay?
She stayed at the house, at my parents' house.
When the child was born, where did they go?
They were still at my parents' house.
All right. And did this mean Michael too?
Yes, they stayed in the attic together.
All right. And where were you living at the time?
I was with my parents also I was kind of like back and forth between my parents and my current boyfriend house at the time.
All right. And did there come a point in time where you moved out of your parents' home and Sierra and Michael moved out of your parents' home?
Yes.
Okay, about when was that? And who moved out first?
I want to say I moved out first. I moved out into my boyfriend's home, and then Sierra moved out. She and Michael went to stay with a friend. They rented out a room from their house.
Okay. And during this time, were you gainfully employed?
Yes.
And where were you working at that particular time?
Cleveland Clinic, I believe.
All right.
Yeah.
Same type of work that you're doing now?
Same kind of work, yep.
And what about Sierra? Was Sierra employed at the time?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And would you often visit with your children?
Visit where? My parents' house?
Well, where would you visit with you have Mackenzie, and she now has a baby. What's the baby's name?
Aniya Day.
All right. So would you guys socialize, spend time together, have the cousins play together?
Yes.
Okay. Where would that take place?
It would take place between my house and my parents' house. Sometimes we went to Sierra's house also.
All right. Now, did there come a point in time where Sierra and Michael got their own apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where it was?
Harbor Crest.
All right. Did you visit at Harbor Crest?
Yes.
All right. And when she was at Harbor Crest, do you know approximately how old Aniya was when they moved into Harbor Crest?
Anywhere between 1 and 2, maybe. I really can't recall back that far.
Fair enough. And so, tell me about the holidays. Would you spend the holidays together?
We did. We spent it at our parents' house.
All right. Who would do the cooking?
My dad.
And like 4th of July, Memorial Day, all those types of other national holidays, would you spend them together?
Yeah, we tried to spend the holidays together.
And who would participate in that, other than you and Sierra?
Isaiah, my brother Eric, my mom, friends, and other family if we invited other family.
All right. And so during this time, do you come to learn that your sister gets a job at a daycare?
Yes.
Okay. What daycare does she get employed
Get ready, set, grow.
Okay, how do you come to learn that?
She tells me.
And how often did you speak to her when Aniya was 1, 2, and 3 years old?
Pretty often. We kept close in contact with each other.
And would your children spend time together?
Yes.
Where would they spend time together?
Mostly at my parents' house.
And did they share in activities together? Play dates, things of that sort?
Yes.
And who would they be left in the care and custody of when you weren't around?
My parents.
All right. And with regards to Aniya, when she was over, who would be in care and custody of her?
You talking about when we leave, or?
Yes.
My parents would, yeah.
And were there occasions where the adults would go out and leave the children for overnight visits with your parents?
Yes.
All right. And what kind of activities would you and Sierra and Isaiah and Eric do to them?
We just hang out, go out, have drinks, just hang out with each other.
And would you go over to the Harbor Crest apartment?
We didn't really go to like our homes. When we hung out and the kids stayed with my parents, we would actually like hang out at different places, like a bar or something. If we had the kids, we would just stay at one of our houses.
So when you went out, the kids would go to grandparents?
Yes.
And during the time that Sierra was with Michael, would Michael also participate in activities with the siblings?
No. The only time we would participate in any activities with him is if it was like one of his shows or something, because he's the rapper.
Okay. And so you would go watch him, or?
Yeah, I would go with, when they were together, she would go with to support him and I would go to support her. So we would all go together at those events, yeah.
Okay. And approximately how long was it until Sierra and Michael separated?
I'm not really sure. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have to recall back something that I said. They didn't stay at Harbor Crest together. They stayed out in another apartment complex out in Euclid.
Okay.
When Sierra moved to Harbor Crest, she was by herself with Aniya.
Okay. So at that point, her and Michael had separated?
Yes, that's when they separated, yeah.
All right. And now that she had separated from Michael, where was Aniya going for babysitting?
Still my parents' house.
All right. Was she in any daycare?
Yeah, she was at the Harbor Crest daycare that's connected to the Harbor Crest building.
Okay. So she was going to the Harbor Crest, and where was Sierra working at the time?
Get ready, set, grow still.
Okay. And with regards to the training for Get Ready, Set, Grow, did you ever go to Get Ready, Set, Grow to see your sister?
A few times when I would pick her up or bring her something randomly. Yeah, I visited a few times.
All right. And so if we turn our attention to July 20th of 2017. Is that a familiar day to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's the twins' birthday.
Okay. And when you guys have family birthdays, what would you do?
We'll have little gatherings. That day for their birthday, they had threw a party in her building, the Harbor Crest building.
Okay. And who was present for this birthday party on January 20th, 2017?
Me, Isaiah Day, Sierra, Deonte, a few other friends that were invited.
All right. Were the kids there?
No.
All right. And so tell me, who is this Deonte person that you introduced?
He was someone we knew from high school.
Did he have a nickname?
We called him Noodle.
All right. And did you know him from high school?
We didn't really hang out, but yes, I knew him.
So did you know just of him?
For the most part, yes.
All right. And so how does he come to join the activities on July 20th, 2017?
He came as Sierra boyfriend.
Okay. And did you come to learn that they were starting to date?
Yes.
All right. And did you observe their relationship initially, like July 2017, August of 2017, September of 2017? Can you just briefly walk me through that? What were your observations of them together?
They were always together. Every time Sierra came around, Deonte was with her. He had a car, so he was like basically her ride. But whenever I seen my sister, I seen Deonte.
All right. And so did your sister have any method of transportation at that time?
Herself?
Herself?
No.
She didn't own a car or use a car or anything of that sort?
No.
So did she use public transportation?
She would when she had to, yes.
All right. And is she still living at Harbor Crest in July, August, September of 2017?
Yes.
And so when you would have family functions in September, we have Labor Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do Labor Day of 2017, if you remember?
I really don't. I don't know. Most likely we was probably at my parents' house.
Did your dad cook?
Yeah, he cooks for every holiday.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to see Aniya in September of 2017?
I really don't remember. It's possible I couldn't even been there. I worked third shift, so sometimes I wasn't even able to be there. So I'm not sure.
All right. Well, the times that you did see Aniya, how often would you see her from July 20th, 2017 to October of 2017?
I didn't see her as much. Like if we were trying to find something to do, my sister would come over to my house with her, but I really wasn't seeing her as much in that year.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you received a telephone call from Mr. Day? I'm sorry, from Mr. Garrett asking you for some help?
In 2017?
At the end of 2017?
No.
Did you call him at any point in time?
I did, yes.
All right. When did you call him?
Roughly between December of 2017 and possibly January. It was roughly between those 2 months.
All right. Well, before those 2 months, how often did you see Aniya in the months preceding December?
Not as often.
Okay. So when was the last time you saw her before you made a phone call to Mr. Garrett?
Physically?
Yes.
It was December 25th of 2017. An incident occurred with my mom where it called for all of us to come over there to see what was going on. And they had Aniya with them. Sierra and Deonte did.
Okay. And can you describe her for me?
She was sleeping. Deonte was holding her.
Okay. Did you see her walk that day?
No.
Did she have clothes on?
She did.
Did she have a coat on?
She did.
All right. Did she wake up during the time she was there?
No, I didn't see her wake up.
Approximately how long were they there on December 25th, 2017?
It wasn't that long. It was probably like 15, 20 minutes.
All right. Did you all have dinner together?
No.
Did they leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did they leave together?
Yes, they did.
Who was carrying Aniya?
Deonte.
All right. Did you ask how she was?
I didn't.
Did you have any concerns at that point?
I had concerns way before that point, but at the time, me and my sister, we weren't speaking. We had a little falling out, so it was a quick me seeing them, and that was it.
All right, well, let's talk about, when did you have this falling out?
Probably a couple months before then.
So around September, October of 2017?
Yeah, roughly, yep.
And what was the basis of your falling out here?
Something really little, stupid, siblings getting mad at each other over dumb things, and we just weren't talking to each other.
Okay, and was that a change from talking to her all the time?
Yes.
And seeing her all the time?
Yes.
And seeing your niece all the time?
Yes.
Okay, so did you make efforts to contact her?
I did.
All right, did she return your efforts?
No.
All right, what kinds of things would you do, ma'am?
I'll text her, I'll call her. I was blocked, try to reach out through social media. I was blocked. I even sent the message to my brother, Isaiah, to send to her personally from me because I knew something was wrong.
Okay.
And I just wanted to reach out to her.
Okay, and what do you mean something was wrong? What did you believe to be wrong?
She became very distant. She stopped coming around as much. We didn't hear from her as much.
When did that change begin?
Within that time, that year, 2017.
Was it before or after she met Deonte Lewis?
It was after.
Okay. And so what are the noticeable changes you saw?
Like I said, she became distant. She wasn't coming to a lot of family, events. She wasn't coming around a lot. She wasn't staying around as long as she would stay. She wasn't talking to my parents as much. Aniya wasn't coming over as much as she used to.
Did she bring her, when she came around though, would Aniya come with her?
Yes, most of the time, yes.
And what were your observations of Aniya? How would you describe her as a child?
She didn't really seem like a child. She was very standoffish. She really didn't. Seem happy.
Would she play with Mackenzie and Madison?
She did.
Would she be by herself at times?
Yes. At my youngest, I threw a birthday party for her on July 30th of that year.
Of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, where was the party at?
It was at my house.
Okay. And what happened at the party?
It's a normal kid party. Everyone was having fun. Adults were, watching the kids, and they were playing in the pool and chasing each other, just having fun. And Aniya was just pretty off to herself, playing with herself, not really interacting with the other kids.
And did Sierra and Deonte come to the birthday party?
Yes.
Where were they at?
They were upstairs.
Okay. Did you go over and try to engage Aniya?
I went over to ask her if she was okay. She said, yeah, she was playing with my girls' bikes and stuff that was in the garage. So I kind of just left her to herself to do her own thing. I just thought maybe she just wanted to play by herself.
And during this time, when you started to see less and less of Aniya, what were your observations of her physical condition?
She was getting smaller. I thought maybe that just had something to do with her getting taller. When you grow, toddlers grow, they slim out a little bit. She was getting littler and littler to the point you can see the extension of her stomach sticking out, so to speak.
And when was that? When did you see that?
That was the day of the party when I seen it.
Okay. And did you talk to your sister about it?
I didn't really interact with her that day. I was kind of like controlling the party, sort of speak. I was downstairs the whole time outside. And like most of my friends and stuff, they came over and Deonte and Sierra, they stayed upstairs.
Okay, like a grown-up party upstairs and the big party downstairs.
Basically, yes.
Fair enough. Okay. And was there alcohol like upstairs for the adults?
Yeah.
All right. And so the kids were downstairs, so you were primarily with the children?
Yes.
All right. After that party, ma'am, did you take it upon yourself to contact your sister?
After that party?
Yeah.
No.
Well, when did you have the falling out with your sister?
It was later that year in like October.
Okay. So tell me the circumstances of that.
Of the falling out?
Yes.
Like I said, it was just something stupid we fell out about over her not liking something that I did, and she just stopped talking to me.
All right. Did you say anything about Aniya, or were you concerned about Aniya?
Throughout that year, I would say little things, I would observe things, and I really didn't want to think that things were what I was observing in my head, but I would ask questions and I would get excuses, and I just left it at that.
All right, well, what kinds of things did you observe?
Aniya been taken in a separate room to get discipline.
Who took her in the room?
Sierra Wood.
All right, and what did you observe?
Aniya coming out crying, going to go sit down by herself. One time I even observed Aniya coming out with a bloody nose.
And what did you do as a result of seeing that?
I asked my sister about it.
And did she provide you an answer?
She made up some excuse, something. She fell or she hit her face on something. I don't know. But it was never something that she did.
Okay. And what do you mean by that, ma'am?
About what?
About something that she did. What do you mean?
Well, she never admitted to her being her hitting her or anything. It was just Aniya fell.
Okay. And so based on that, based on those answers you were getting, did you, there come a point in time where you tried to confront her?
I didn't really confront her. Like I said, I just asked her about it. I was more so just sitting back and observing and seeing what was going on. But when we lost contact, I was kind of thrown into the dark. I wasn't sure what was going on after we lost contact.
All right. And after you lost contact, what did you start doing?
I would reach out to my brothers. They were still in contact with her. I would talk to them to see how Sierra and Aniya was doing.
All right. And you can't tell me what they said, but would they provide you information?
Yes.
And based on the information that they would provide to you, did you start doing something?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was contemplating on contacting the Children Family Services people.
Okay. And does there come a point in time where you contact Michael Garrett?
I did.
Tell me when that was.
I can't remember if it was before I made the call or after, but I did contact him. I told him my concerns. I told him what I was worried about. And I stated to him that I felt that he should get custody.
Okay. So these concerns, did you share these concerns with Children and Family Services?
Yes.
All right. Can you please tell me, ma'am, what did you tell Children and Family Services and what did you tell Michael Garrett?
I told Michael that I felt like Aniya was being abused. Something wasn't right, that they were hiding her. She wasn't coming around a lot, and that we needed to do something to stop this. I told Family Service the same thing. that something was wrong with my sister. Something was going on with her. She needed help, and that they needed to get my niece out of that household.
All right. And approximately, ma'am, when did you make that phone call?
Probably in January of 2018.
All right. And up to this point now, since Madison's birthday party, did you see Aniya again, other than on Christmas Day 2017 for about 20 minutes?
I mean, before our fallout, yeah, I would see Aniya still. She was still coming around, and I would see her here and there.
So when did you actually stop seeing her?
After we fell out, after October, I officially stopped seeing her.
Okay. And were your kids still going over to Grandma and Grandpa's house?
Yes.
Was Aniya going to Grandma and Grandpa's house?
She was, yeah.
Okay. But you weren't here?
No, I would drop my kids off so I can go to work.
All right. And so you contact Michael and you contact CC, Children and Family Services?
Yes.
Okay. And does somebody reach back out to you?
Yes.
Okay. One of the agency workers?
Yes.
All right. And did you have a conversation with the agency worker?
Yes.
Did you try to provide some information with regards to any information you had on that?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson, during the time that your sister started dating Deonte Lewis, where did you know them to be living or hanging out?
It was at Harbor Crest.
Okay. To your knowledge, was he also living there with her?
Might as well.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
They were always together. I assume that he did stay there with her.
All right. And had you known that there was a move to Cultural Gardens?
I had no idea.
So you never went there, don't know anything about that?
No.
All right, when you called Children and Family Services, what did you want them to do?
I was hoping that they could remove Aniya from the home, from the information that I gave them, but apparently that's not how it works. They had to first go out and do their investigation.
Okay, and this information that you had obtained was information that was shared by your brothers with you?
Yes.
Did you share that same information with Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, other than what you have testified to, how did you learn of Aniya's death?
A friend of mine called me Monday morning. She seen on the news about a 4-year-old girl out in Euclid by the name of Aniya Day who was found dead. She called me and asked me if Sierra and Aniya was okay. I had no idea. Like I said, we lost contact before then, so I had no way to contact her. So I called my brother Isaiah to reach out to her. He couldn't get in contact with her. So we drove out there to Euclid Hospital, because I know they stayed out in Euclid, so I assumed that was the first place I should go. They had no answers for me, but they told us to wait in a room. Some people came and talked to us. After they came and talked to us and found out what we were there for and what information we were trying to find out, they sent us to the police station.
And did you meet with the police officers at the police station, the detectives, and provide them the information you provided here to us this morning?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Judge, one moment, please.
Main part.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
You told us that things drastically changed at some point with Sierra.
Yes.
And about when was that?
That year, 2017, I can't really recall what month of that year, but it was that year things started changing.
Before that, things were good.
Things were fine, yes.
Aniya was good.
Yes.
Good relationship.
Yes.
Aniya was healthy and things were going along fine.
Yes.
She was a good mom.
Yes.
Sierra.
Yes.
And obviously you were involved in Sierra's life since she was a small child, correct?
Yeah.
And involved in her day-to-day activities as a student and as a child.
Yes.
And you know some of the difficulties that she had.
Yes, I do.
Learning disabilities.
Yes.
Special programs at school.
Yes, she was an IEP.
And to the point that even when she was a senior, she was functioning on about a 3rd and 4th grade level. Would that be fair? Academically?
Yeah, yes.
She had to see certain counselors regarding whether or not she could get a job or a vocation.
I don't know about that. I wasn't aware of that.
You're not aware of all what her EIP entailed?
No.
She had to see at some point a psychiatrist regarding that?
No, I didn't know that.
So you weren't privy to all of the family history with her at school or the things that were going on?
Yes, I knew she was in special programs because of her learning disability that she had.
And maybe kind of I don't want to say a mood, but things where she would look as if she wasn't interested, an affect or blank?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Probably not asking me very well. She was in special classes.
Mm-hmm.
She had an IEP.
Yeah.
And that's about as far as you got involved.
That's about all I knew, yeah. I didn't think it was anything more than that.
Difficulties reading or comprehending?
Yes, she had difficulty reading, not a really good comprehension, not a lot of common sense, nothing like that.
And kind of, as I said, stalled out at a 3rd or 4th grade level.
Sort of, yeah, if you want to say that.
And that continued through as she came to be an adult, correct?
Yeah.
So did you have concerns about her ability to do things based on that? Just live on her own?
At first I was, but then when I seen she was living on her own, I mean, she did it, so.
But you did have at least early on some concerns if she could make it on her own due to some of these limitations.
In a way, yeah.
Was that discussed within the family?
No,
Just the way it always was?
yeah,
But then you saw that she was able to function on her own,
yeah.
and things were going well for a period of time,
Mhm.
and then you noticed a drastic change.
Yeah.
And I think you indicated to the prosecutor that you had hoped somebody would get her some help.
I wanted to get her help.
And when we say her, you wanted to get Aniya out of the home and get Sierra help.
I stated that to the CDF lady. I said, my sister needs help. I want to get her help and I want the child removed.
Because something had changed.
Yeah.
Tommy, excuse me 1 second, Judge. Could you describe for us how Sierra and Aniya acted together before you saw this change?
It was normal. It was how they always acted together.
Give us an example, or how was their, did you say normal, playful, good relationship?
I mean, she would bring her over. Aniya was attached to my dad. So once she brought her over, Aniya and my kids were kind of just over with my dad, and they kind of stayed up under him. He spoiled them. So, I mean, everything seemed fine. Like, it was always fine.
And then you noticed the change.
Yes.
Was it a gradual, or was this more of a drastic thing?
It was a gradual change.
And then you noticed the things that you described to us earlier.
Yeah.
A lot of contact with Sierra since this happened.
Yes, I have.
She's written you a number of letters.
Yes.
Dozens.
Yes.
How many would you say?
Well over 50.
And you've written her back.
Yes.
Not quite as many though, right?
No.
And would you describe her as a spiritual person?
We grew up in a church, so we always been pretty spiritual.
Those letters contain a lot of references to
God,
Bible,
to the Bible. Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's something that's been maintained.
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
You want me to?
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Now, you said that, recording testimony probably correctly, you said that around September or October of 2017 is when you and your sister fell out about something.
Yeah.
Did that fall have anything to do with Deonte Lewis?
No.
And you said from that you assumed that they lived together because they were always together.
Yes.
Do you mean they were always coming to family functions together, or you saw them on a daily basis together, or how?
Whenever I seen Sierra, I seen Deonte. Whether it was at a family function, we met up somewhere, we kicked it, whatever we did, they were always together.
Okay. And that was between the months of July and September of 2017?
They were hanging out before then too.
Oh, I thought they got together at their birthday party, at twins' birthday party in July.
They probably got together I don't know exactly when they got together, but before the birthday party, they were together. Like I said, they came to my daughter's birthday party together, which was July 20th. Before then, they were hanging out with each other. I have multiple events at my house that they came to.
That was prior to July?
Yes.
Okay. So, you said that you witnessed your niece, your sister, took your niece to another room, then your niece came out crying. And one time she came out with a bloody nose. Did you ever witness such a thing from Deonte Lewis?
Seeing him
Did you ever witness him take Aniya into another room and Aniya come out crying or come out with a bloody nose?
No.
Did you ever witness him harm his child at all?
No.
Just a couple of questions, Jeremy.
Ms. Johnson, you agree with me that though your sister may have had an IEP while she was going to high school, she got herself gainfully employed, they get ready to set right, right? She signed the lease for Harbor Crest Apartments, correct?
Yes.
She was paying her bills to your village,
Yes.
right? Mm-hmm. Taking care of her daughter.
Yes.
So all she was functioning just like you and I are functioning, correct?
Yes.
And the change, you saw a change in her in July of 2017, you said somewhere in that, but it was a gradual change. It started happening even before July of 2017.
Yeah, it was little things that I would notice, but I didn't make a big thing out of it until closer towards the end.
All right, and these little things that you were noticing, were they her methods of discipline of Aniya?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about that?
I didn't really think nothing of it at first. I stated to you before our childhood, how we were raised, how my mom was with us. I didn't think nothing of the discipline at first.
Okay, but so when you say how you were raised, for instance, a whooping, that would be acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, because you were whooped.
Yes.
Did you whoop your daughters?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw that, initially you didn't think anything of it?
No.
But gradually, it started to affect you more?
Yes.
Why?
We would see Aniya with bruises. We would notice that she would have a bruise on her face or a scratch or a cut or something. And when we asked about it, it was always something happened. She fell at daycare, something happened at daycare, something happened while she was at my parents' house. Started noticing that more and more. And I know for a fact the child doesn't hurt themselves that much. So it was just pondering in my mind that whole time, and yeah.
All right. And was there something that changed in Sierra's life when Aniya began to change as well?
What do you mean? Was there?
Well, was she, in the beginning, 2017, was she dating anybody?
She was dating. She wasn't really dating. She was talking to guys, but not really dating someone.
So when did she start really dating?
When she started dating Deonte.
And did you start to notice more changes after she started to date Deonte?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Graham. Sierra was able to sign a lease, right?
Yeah.
She was able to secure some type of employment, correct?
Yes.
But you would have concerns about whether or not she'd be able to do that before she did, correct?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
That's based on the academic and functional limitations that she had, right?
Yeah.
So, would be fair to say you were pleasantly surprised that she was able to pull this off?
I was happy that she did it.
Is again, based on what you described as her academic and functional limitations, and her, I think you said just complete lack of common sense.
Yeah.
You didn't know if she'd be able to do things like sign a lease and or get a job.
Exactly, yes.
But then she did, and that went on for a while.
Yes.
You believe Sarah loved her daughter?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, you said that you observed changes in your sister that they were gradual.
Yes.
So, did these changes start before she started dating Deonte?
They could have, yeah.
Okay.
They could have, yes.
Thank you.
The state calls Laura Green.
We got to take take 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please, that's it's all right.
Yep.
Okay? Yeah. That's good enough for us.
What's turns out? Get them out.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Laura Green.
You solemnly swear you will testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And this you do as you so answer to God of the pain and the penalty of perjury.
Yeah.
Good morning. Please be seated. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. You can adjust the microphone. The seat will not move. Remain quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Green.
Good morning.
Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the court report.
Laura, Lorra, Green, Greene.
And ma'am, do you live here in our community in Cleveland?
Yes, I do.
And are you gainfully employed?
Yes.
All right. And what do you do presently?
Presently, I'm a substitute teacher.
And prior to being a substitute teacher, were you gainfully employed with the Department of Children and Family Services?
Yes.
All right. How long had you been so employed by them?
I worked for Children and Family Services from May of 2016 until August of 2018.
And when did you end your employment with them?
My employment was terminated August 3rd, 2018.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about when you were there. What were you hired as?
I was hired as a social worker 3 in intake.
All right. And what kind of training and experience did you have to maintain your position?
They give you 3 months of training. Much of it is in a classroom. Some of it is shadowing.
And once you complete your training, did you successfully complete your training?
Yes.
And how did you start to obtain your cases?
They start off with a smaller caseload, so 1 case a week. They up it to 2 cases a week, and after that, you join the regular rotation.
All right. And when you finally joined the regular rotation, what rotation were you in, or what unit or department did you go into after all of your training in your shadow?
I was in the intake or short-term services unit.
All right. What does that mean, the intake short-term services unit?
Short-term services is the unit that receives cases once they arrive through the 696 hotline.
And what were your, just generally speaking, what were your duties and responsibilities upon receiving a case?
Upon receiving a case, you have to make contact with the family, visit with the family, and complete assessments based on observations and interviews.
And did you have particular priorities at the time when you were employed by them about when you needed to go out to the home, the time period, time frame upon receiving a referral?
Yes.
And what was that?
There's a priority 1, which is a traditional case, and then there's also alternative response case in which you have a certain amount of days to go out and see the family.
All right. Ma'am, were you gainfully employed with the Department of Children and Family Services back on December 17, 2017?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that you received a referral for the well-being of Aniya Day-Garrett?
Yes.
Right? Ma'am, can you tell me, upon receiving that referral, what were your duties and responsibilities with regards to this case, and what did you in fact do?
Upon receival of the case, first thing, make contact with the referent, which I did. Also to make attempts to the house, or make contact with the family in order to schedule. I don't recall every single detail of what I did in the days that I did it. But in making contact with mom, it was initially an unannounced home visit because I didn't have the correct phone number.
Okay, so let's start with, before we even get to the house, let's start with the referral. You receive a referral.
Yes.
Okay, how is it qualified, or what is it designated?
The referral came in as an alternative response.
And what does that mean?
So alternative response, I can't give you an exact definition, but with alternative response, it does allot you several days to, you're allowed to schedule with the family, and then you have several days to make contact with the child in the home.
Okay, so it came in as an alternative response phone call.
Yes.
All right, and then do you at any point upon receiving the referral, do you take it upon yourself to call back and chat with the referent?
Yes.
Okay, did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and without telling us what was said, what was your next step?
After speaking with the referent, the next step was to make contact with mom and child.
Okay, so who was the mother?
Sierra Day.
And who was the child?
Aniya Day-Garrett.
Okay, and were you provided information or addresses of where they may be residing?
Yes.
Okay, and this is in December of 2017?
Yes.
Great. So what do you do first, and where do you go?
I went to the address that was provided for me.
All right, and where was this address at?
I don't recall the exact name of the apartment building. It might have been Harbor Crest, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well, did you go to a house or an apartment building?
I went to an apartment building. It was on the first floor.
I'm sorry?
She lived on the first floor. That's what I remember.
All right, and do you remember what city you were in?
Euclid.
All right, so you go to this place in Euclid, and does anybody answer did you rap on the door? Did you call via intercom? How did you make your method of communication?
It was a locked building. I don't remember if it was the first time that I went to the house or the second, but I remember that another resident had to let me in. And I remember knocking on the door, and I did encounter mom. But in the first visit, I didn't see the child.
Okay, so tell us about your first encounter with mom.
First encounter with mom, she stepped outside of the apartment, did
you identify yourself?
Yes.
Did you tell her why you were there?
Yes.
Why were you there?
I was there to investigate allegations of abuse and neglect.
All right. And so do you make her aware of that?
Yes.
All right. What do you say to her and what does she say to you?
I remember summarizing what the allegations were for her, and I remember her being upset and frustrated. I remember her saying that she had just dealt with DCFS a few months prior and that she felt like she was being harassed. She told me that Aniya was not home and that she was away with an aunt. She didn't specify the name of the aunt, but that she would return at a later date. And at that time, I scheduled a home visit to meet with Aniya.
Okay. So when do you go back and meet with Aniya?
I went back to meet with Aniya the day that she told me that she was going to be back. Well, actually, I went back on the day that I scheduled with her, and she told me she was not home. I actually had to come back the next day.
Okay. And that was back when?
That was in December.
2017?
Correct.
All right. Does there come a point in time that you do see Aniya at this Euclid apartment in December of 2017?
Yes.
Do you remember the date?
I do not remember the exact date. Was
it before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas.
All right. And so you go there. What are your observations?
I remember when I entered her apartment that it was very clean. The first thing was, I just remember it was like a big shoe rack. And I remember she politely asked me to take off my shoes. I know the condition of her house, it was very clean. So, without a problem, I take my shoes off. It was a very small apartment. I remember there was a bathroom when you first enter. There was a room straight ahead. And there was a living room and then a small kitchen. When I walked in, Aniya was on the floor watching a tablet and eating popcorn. Mom was listening to gospel on her laptop, and she told me I could have a seat on the couch.
Okay, did you have a seat?
Yes.
All right, so what did you do while you were there?
While I was there, I spoke with Mom about the allegations, about history, about her current employment, things of that nature. I asked her about Aniya, and she also gave me information as well. I feel like I was there for a while.
Okay, so when you say you were there for a while, about how long were you there?
I had to be there for at least an hour, at least.
And when you were speaking with Sierra Day, did she understand your questions?
Yes.
Was she able to provide you answers?
Yes.
At any point in time, did she tell you she was confused, she didn't understand what you were saying, or anything of that sort?
No.
All right. Was she functioning the way you and I are functioning today?
Yes.
So what types of questions did you ask her, and what answers was she providing at that time? What were your concerns, or what were the concerns that you were there for?
The concerns I was there for was that that Aniya was being physically abused. And we discussed that. Typically when I would visit houses, there was like a guideline as far as questions I would ask. And every now and then, depending on the environment or depending on the case, you may deviate from those questions slightly. But generally, you want to know about income, employment, who watches the kids, ask about, making observations for the way the house looks and things like that.
Okay, well, did you ask about employment?
Yes.
Was she gainfully employed?
Yes.
All right, did she tell you she was receiving child support?
Yes. And
so she had a mode and method of income that was coming into her home?
Yes.
Able to take care of her child?
Yes.
All right, you observed the child?
Yes.
Okay, do you usually question the child in the presence of the parent or outside the presence of the parent?
Outside of the presence of the parent.
Okay, so how did you do it in this particular situation?
In this particular case, it was in the presence of her mom.
Okay, was it because of the spatial area you were in?
Yes, it was a very small apartment. And then also at times, Aniya was very timid. And she reasoned that Aniya thought that she might have been in trouble because she hadn't seen me. I had a badge. And sometimes it was a little difficult to understand what she was saying.
Oh, Aniya?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's get back to the mom now. So do you question her? You question her about her employment?
Yes.
Question her about money's coming into her house, child support and checks. Was she getting food stamps for the child?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you ask her about these allegations or bruises?
Yes.
Do you observe the child physically?
Yes.
Okay. What are your observations back on December of 2017?
Observations of Aniya?
Yes.
Aniya was a petite, light-skinned little girl. She had ponytails, and she was soft-spoken. I remember when I was talking to her, she it seemed like she kept twisting. And I'm like, "Are you nervous, Aniya? Like, it's okay, relax, you know." And I remember Mom prompted me and told me that I'm like, what does she like? What does she like to do? She told me she likes to dance. So to kind of get her to relax, I remember asking her to, shake your shoulders, show me a dance that you like. And I think it might have been something like the folk or something that she likes to do. Okay. So she did do a little dance for me.
Did she stand up on her own 2 feet?
She was standing in front of me the entire time that I talked to her.
Okay.
So I didn't talk to her while she was seated on the floor.
Okay. So when she was standing in front of you, what is your method and mode of examining a child to see if there are bruises, bumps, anything of that sort? What do you do?
For Aniya, I first lifted up her shirt. And I talked to her the entire time that I was doing and explained to her. And I remember she just kind of like took a breath. And so I was like, it's okay, Aniya. And I, kind of talked to her and she relaxed a little bit. There was no type of marks or bruises on the front of her body. On the back, there was a small scrape. I remember asking her mom about it, and she said something like I think she scraped it at her grandfather's house on the stairs or something like that. And then there was like a small faint bruise like on her arm. I remember that. But there was nothing on the back of her arm.
Okay. And did you notice anything on her face?
No.
All right. Once you examine the child, you've now spoken to the mother. What do you do next as part of your investigation about this referral?
After interviewing Mom and talking to Aniya, I did observations around the house. So to make sure that all utilities are working, make sure that the child has somewhere to sleep, make sure that she had adequate food and clothes and all of that.
And were you able to determine, was there enough food in the apartment?
Yes.
Were the utilities working?
Yes.
With regards to the utilities, how do you know they're working? Do you ask, for instance, in this case, did you ask Ms. Day if all the bills were paid up and up to date?
I turned on the water to see if the water was working. I turned on the stove to see if the gas was working. The lights were working.
Okay. And so once you do that, is there anybody else in the apartment when you were interviewing the two of them?
No.
And did Ms. Day indicate to you if she was dating anybody?
No.
Okay. Is that something important that you asked?
Yes.
Why?
To see who else may have access or who else might be in care of the child.
All right. So once you have now spent an hour at this apartment in Euclid with Ms. Day, is Ms. Day in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Stipulate that this lady did not identify Ms. Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. Go ahead, Ms. Green. You don't have to point to Ms. Day. So once you conclude your interview at the apartment, what is the next step in your investigation?
The agency requires that we do at least 2 collateral contacts. I remember talking to the referent on several occasions. I can't say what, exact dates when I talked to the referent, but I talked to a few family members. I talked to... When you say you talked to family members, which family members did you talk to? I talked to her, sister. I talked to her brother. I talked to her mother and father.
So if I were to say Erica Johnson, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Did you talk to Isaiah Day?
Yes.
Did you talk to Natalie Proctor?
Yes.
And did you talk to Eddie Day?
Yes.
All right. So those are considered collaterals?
Yes.
All right. What does that mean?
Those are sources who are familiar with the family and with the child.
All right. And so were you able to glean information from them?
Yes.
Okay. So once you talked to your collaterals, what did you do?
After talking to collaterals, I talked to family members. I also talked to her place of employment. I talked to the daycare.
To get ready, set, grow?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you talk to there?
Chantel and Shaniqua.
Okay.
I believe is their names.
All right. And why did you talk to them? Because they're another collateral. Mom works there. They see the child every day. They see mom every day. And if there were any concerns, I assume they would be able to report that to me. Okay. And did you talk to both of them?
Yes.
All right. Were they able to provide you information?
Yes.
All right. And so what did you do next?
After completing collateral contacts, I remember calling the hospitals to make sure that she had been seen for her most recent well child check. And after talking to collaterals and completing an assessment, I review it with my supervisor.
Okay. And did you continue to investigate this case?
Yes, up until it was closed.
Okay. Well, prior to it being closed, why did you continue to investigate this case?
I continued to investigate it because it was something about talking to the referent that she was very adamant that she had concerns.
Objection.
But she hadn't physically seen Aniya. So I was trying to find something that says, either there are concerns or there aren't concerns, but it made it difficult because she hadn't seen her.
Okay. And so did this referent continue to call you as well?
I kept in close contact with the referent throughout the for the duration of the case, because she, like I said, she was very adamant that she had concerns, but it was also that she knew or alleged that she had known someone who had information. So I remember talking to her and urging her to have them call me or give me their contact. And I kept it, just even for that purpose, like that you have this information or have access to this information.
And does there then come a point in time where you meet with your supervisor?
Yes.
And as a result of meeting with your supervisor, what happens with the case?
The case was unsubstantiated, and we closed the case in January.
All right. And moving forward, you're still at the agency?
Yes.
And turning our attention to March 9th of 2018. Does there come a point in time where you meet with Mr. Garrett?
I met with Mr. Garrett. I remember it was a Friday. And that was as a result of a referral from the court to do a home evaluation.
Okay. So where did you go and what did you do? Let's start with, why was there a court referral now?
It's my understanding that there was an upcoming hearing.
Objection? No, go ahead.
That there was an upcoming hearing. One, because there was a protection order against the dad that he wanted to have lifted. And then also, I believe he was seeking custody of Aniya.
Okay. And so, excuse me, Ms. Green, at this point, even during the first time that you did your assessment of the referral that had come in at the latter part of December of 2017, were you able to review the other allegations that had been filed with regards to Aniya?
Are you asking about a previous case?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're able to review all that?
Yes.
All right, so now moving on to March 9th of 2018, what did you do?
Is March 9th the day that the referral came in? I can't give you exact dates.
You met with Mr. Garrett.
Okay, that was March 9th when I met with him. I remember it was a Friday that I met with him. I don't recall the exact date. When I met with Mr. Garrett, I was there for a long time. He expressed.
You can't say what you can't say what he said.
Okay.
Did he provide you any photographs or show you any photographs?
No.
Did you talk to him about what his intentions were with regards to Aniya?
Yes.
Your home evaluation, what is your purpose for going to the home?
To see that the home is appropriate for the child.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Was there a room for Aniya at that home?
Yes.
All right. After meeting with Mr. Garrett, did you also have the same responsibility of going back to Sierra Day's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
From his home, I did not meet with Miss Garrett.
Did you contact her or set up an appointment to meet with her?
I contacted her the same day that I contacted him. So that was prior to Friday. It may have been that Wednesday that I contacted them both.
Okay.
She told me that she wasn't available until that Monday.
Okay. So Monday, the 12th is when she would have been available for you.
That is when I scheduled to meet with her and Aniya.
Okay, all right, so, did you do anything else that weekend?
No.
And then, ma'am, how did you come to learn of Aniya's death?
My supervisor called me on Sunday.
And after receiving a phone call from your supervisor, did you continue to work?
Yes.
And then what happened on August 3rd, 2018?
August 3rd, 2018, I was terminated from the agency.
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Green, I just have a couple more questions for you. With regards to your first visit to this apartment in Euclid to meet Sierra and Aniya, your unannounced visit, who was present at that time?
The first time I encountered Sierra,
Yes.
I spoke with her outside in the hallway.
So you never entered the apartment?
I did not.
Okay. How long before that visit and the visit you went back and met with Sierra and Aniya was it? How long did it take before you went back and met with both of them?
The exact amount of days, I can't recall, but I know that there were several days in between that time.
Was it a week? Was it 2 weeks? Was it a couple of days?
It was more than a couple of days, but I believe it was longer than a week.
Was it before January 2018?
Yes.
Now, the last phone call you had with Sierra Day was sometime in March of 2018. You went to meet Mr. Garrett on March 9th. You had called her a couple days before.
Yes.
At the time that you spoke to Sierra Day, in March of 2018, did she indicate to you where she was living and where you were going to need to go on March 12th, 2018?
She did not.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
You keep what you call an activity log report. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And in there you try and recount as accurately as you can what happened during a visit or what steps you took?
Yes.
And you kept one of those for your visit when you went with Sierra and Aniya, correct, in December of 2017?
Yes.
And you indicated to us that when you went in that Aniya was sitting watching a movie on a tablet?
She was watching something on a tablet.
Okay. And eating popcorn?
Yes.
Okay. And that Sierra was listening to some type of gospel music?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you first had an interview with Sierra, correct?
Yes.
And during that interview, at times, Aniya would politely ask for more popcorn?
Yes.
And Sierra would provide it?
Yes.
That seemed normal to you?
It seemed normal to me, yes.
Okay. And then after you finished your interview with Sierra, you got an opportunity to speak with Aniya, correct?
Correct.
And that was in front of Sierra?
Yes.
Okay. There was another bedroom that you could have gone to had you deemed it necessary, right?
Correct.
Okay. Or ask Sierra to excuse herself?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, that Aniya was soft-spoken?
Yes.
And she was standing?
Yes.
And she kind of twisted around in She talked?
Yes.
But would it be fair to say that she maintained good eye contact with you?
Yes.
So while she may have been twisting like a little girl, she was looking you in the eye?
She was.
Okay, so she wasn't turning away or trying to hide herself from you?
No.
When you asked her a question, sometimes she would repeat what was asked of her?
Yes.
You said, "What day is it?" What'd she say? What
Like,
day is
what
it?
day is it? Yeah. hmm
How old was she at this time?
I believe 4.
Did she tell you she was watching a movie on the tablet?
I don't recall. It's possible.
Do you recall her telling you that Sierra was nice and that she likes to play with her?
Yes.
And that's what Aniya told you?
Yes.
And nobody had to make her say that, right?
It didn't appear that way.
Did she say she doesn't know what happens when she gets in trouble? Did you ask her that?
Yes.
What happens when you get in trouble?
Yes.
And she told you with that same eye contact, "I don't know," right?
Correct.
Did she say she likes to eat spaghetti,
She listed a lot of foods that she likes to eat.
popcorn, nuggets, cookies, juice, and water? You remember that?
I remember her listing a lot of foods.
Did she talk to you about what she likes to feed her Barbie doll? Remember that?
I remember her talking about a doll. I don't remember exactly the
She
conversation.
would often talk about food and what she feeds her Barbie doll. And then she told you that she likes to dance and hit the folk.
Yes.
What's hitting the folk?
I'm not sure.
Did she demonstrate that for you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she sleeps with Sierra?
If I wrote it in the log, that's what she said.
Did she tell you she's not afraid of anyone?
Yes.
Did she tell you she likes to play
Yes.
and no one hurts her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Longdale, nothing for this witness. Can you follow up on that?
No, Your Honor.
Let me step down, thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Lori and Senior.
Use your right hand, please. You solemnly swear you'll testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And this you do as you swear on somebody God who obtains the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good afternoon, please be seated. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. You can adjust the microphone to see it will not go. It won't move. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Del Senor.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Lori Ann Del Signor, Delsignore.
And Ms. Del Senor, by whom are you married? By whom are you employed?
Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services.
And what division are you employed by?
Children and Family Services.
What division or what unit?
I'm in the Medical and Special Investigation Unit.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what unit that is and what it does for our community?
Our unit investigates out-of-home care referrals of abuse and neglect, so concerns in out-of-home care settings such as foster homes, schools, daycares, child residential centers. We also investigate medical neglect and child fatalities.
All right. And investigating child fatalities, what are your duties and responsibilities with regards to child fatalities?
We investigate the concerns. If there's other children in the home, we are ensuring their safety. We gather information about the surrounding the death. We speak with the medical examiner's office, police, anybody else that's been involved in the family, obviously.
And Ms. Del Senor, were you employed by the Department of Children and Family Services back on March 11th and 12th of 2018?
Yes, I believe I was assigned March 12th.
And being assigned, were you assigned to investigate and look into the death of Aniya Day-Garrett?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you became involved and what your initial duties and responsibilities are?
The agency received a report due to the Aniya passing away. So it was assigned as an emergency priority 1, which means I have 1 hour to respond. In this case, there were no other children, so we didn't need to ensure the safety of another child, but I was communicating with the police that were involved, the detectives, the medical examiners, reaching out to family members to gather information. And typically with a case like this, we involve Frontline Services, which is a community service that deals with grief and traumatic loss. So we contacted them.
All right. And what is your purpose in contacting the family members and these services that our community provides?
To gather information related to the concerns for the child. And Frontline, like I said, they offer grief support and resources to families that have dealt with a traumatic loss.
All right. And are those services provided by your agency or by these other agencies?
No, we would make a referral to that agency.
And are those given to each and every family that suffers a loss of a child?
We try to link them with that resource. I can't say if every family does, but it's available to everybody in the community.
All right. And you said that you contact the police and the medical examiner's office. What do you mean by that? What is the purpose of your contact at this initial stage, ma'am?
We're contacting the police to see what information they've gathered thus far in their investigation. Although they're looking at it from a criminal aspect, we're looking at it from an abuse and neglect standpoint. But we collaborate with them to gather information related to the investigation and the concerns.
And do you review the name of the child to see if there have been any prior or past referrals in this case?
Yes, as part of our investigation, we would look to see what kind of history the family has had with our agency and what that entailed.
All right. And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And what were your findings?
There were prior referrals and concerns. There were prior referrals and concerns for Aniya in the care of her mother.
All right. And during your review of that, then do you contact the medical examiner's office, or do you go there? What do you do?
We typically contact them by phone to gather information with the medical examiner, yes.
All right. And is the cause and manner of death important to you in your investigation?
Yes.
All right. And did you contact the father in this case?
I did contact him, however, I didn't have any successful contact. I left voicemails and sent a letter.
All right. And you indicated you called the police department?
Yes.
Do you meet with the police department or do you just call them? And
it depends. In this case, I just spoke with the detective assigned via phone.
All right. And what about the mother? Did you try to contact the mother?
When the case was first received, mother had been arrested, so I wasn't able to meet with her right away, but we have a liaison at the jail that we work with, and I was able to set up an interview with her to come speak with her at jail. And I did meet with her.
All right. And all of this process is for your department to determine what happened to the child.
Yes.
And Ms. Del Senor, do you also contact collaterals?
Yes. So the police, the medical personnel that's been involved, family members, relatives, friends that have had information that might be pertinent to the investigation.
All right. And you also collect medical records or things of that sort?
Yes, we request medical records, we request police records, school records, things of that nature.
Did you meet with Aniya's family members, her aunts, uncles?
I spoke with a few of the relatives, the aunt and uncle, and the grandparents on the maternal side. I didn't get in touch with anybody on the paternal side.
All right. And were they able to provide you answers to the questions that you asked?
Yes.
And then once you obtain all that information, what do you do?
So once we complete our investigation, we typically have 45 days to do our investigations. At the end of an investigation, we make a finding as to whether or not there was enough evidence to say if the child was abused or neglected. We have different dispositions we could make. There's a disposition of unsubstantiated. That would be if we didn't, during the investigation, if we didn't collect enough evidence to say the child was abused or neglected according to the law. We can make a finding of indicated if there's circumstantial evidence or isolated indicators of abuse or neglect. And the other finding we can make is substantiated if we feel that during our investigation there's enough evidence based on the law to say that the child was abused or neglected.
And those are not legal determinations, are they?
No.
Those are your interdepartmental determinations.
Correct.
That you make for children and family services based on a criteria that you have followed.
Yes.
Do you follow up with the collateral individuals that you designate as being collateral?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you contact any of the daycares?
I did not. There was other investigations going on with the daycare at the time.
Okay. And one moment. Nothing further. Thank you very much, Ms. Dustin.
Mr. Johnson, no questions for this witness, Judge? No questions, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for lunch right now. I'd ask that you not discuss this case, report back to the fourth floor at 1:20. What do you guys have this afternoon? Stephen first?
Yep.
And then the corner?
Yep.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Your Honor, the family is going to go downstairs to watch the program this testimony. So do we have a brief break in between the detective and when he testifies to JV?
Sure.
And she's going to be a while because we have some video and stuff we have to play.
How long is she gonna be?
I'd say probably an hour or 10.
Okay.
Judge, before you go, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay. Why is that long? Yeah.
It shows that he's there.
It shows that he is physically
Yes,
incompetent.
you can explain yourself there.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh my God, all right. Full level of 20, so.
He said 120.
Thank you.
Do solemnly swear to testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this you do as you so answer unto God and the pains of penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Make sure you speak into the microphone. You can adjust the microphone to see. Do solemnly swear to testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this you do as you so answer unto God and the pains and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Make sure you speak into the
Judge doesn't even end, he has to stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so. I'm just gonna, you know what?
No, he's gonna stand in
because
this.
I gotta.
Okay.
So I spoke to.
You still looking at this deal?
Yeah.
All right. So Kathy's not in anymore, I'll have to probably. Put you on music. Okay.
We'll be, whatever the judge would do.
There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So.
Right.
Yeah, we'll do that on break.
Yeah.
Call me Kat again.
It's Fat Tuesday. Steve like Dumbo, jambalaya.
No, I think I will be able to sleep tonight. Are you? Sugar cookies?
No, I don't really like stuff.
I'm not a sweetener.
We could go like Playa del Carmen, just south of. That's one. Hollywood's here.
Folks in the back other than court personnel and media, make sure you have your cell phones off. No in and out when court starts.
Great. Oh, I got this here.
We are.
All rise for the jury.
may be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Your Honor, table call Detective Krozak.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear to testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this is you as you shall answer unto God, or the case of common perjury. Yeah. Name fire.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Krozak, Krocz. I am with the Euclid Police Department as a detective.
And how long have you been employed by the Euclid Police Department as a detective?
Well, as a detective since 2016 and overall with the department since 2007.
And what sort of training have you had as a general police officer as well as a detective?
So besides the basic police academy, which is required for all officers in the state of Ohio, I have received over 1,100 hours of training, investigations, and enforcement.
And detective, typically in your role as a detective, how are cases assigned to you?
Typically, cases are assigned by the supervisors of our detective bureau to individual detectives.
And detective, speaking in a general manner, what are the basic steps of an investigation?
So reviewing the information as it becomes available, including reports, statements, any other evidence.
And can investigations be handled differently, detective?
Yes, different types of incidents require different types of investigations. Sometimes multiple detectives are assigned.
And do certain investigations call for an investigatory team to be formed?
Yes, when an investigation requires that multiple detectives complete tasks simultaneously, a team is formed.
Now, detective, I want to turn your attention to March 11th of 2018. Were you working as a City of Euclid police detective on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment for that day?
On that day, I had worked day shift and just left around 3 when I received a call that a 4-year-old little girl was found deceased under suspicious circumstances. That foul play was suspected.
And whom did you receive a call from?
I received telephone calls from the officers who'd responded to the scene, Aoki and Blakemore, I believe.
And after receiving this call, what did you do next?
So I responded back to the Euclid Police Station, to the Detective Bureau.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
Well, Sergeant Morawski and I had arrived on scene together. We conferred. Other detectives were then arriving, and I learned that the victim had been transported to the hospital, little Aniya.
Now, Detective Krozak, why is it that you first respond to the police station?
Because I learned that the victim had been transported away from the scene where she was found. I knew that we would have to wait for these assignments on which detectives were going to go which place.
And who was the person that was giving out assignments on that day?
That was Sergeant Morawski.
You indicated that the victim was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, and I had been transported by our fire department to Euclid Hospital.
So at this point in time, you learned her name, correct?
Yes, I had.
And what is the name?
Aniya, sometimes Aniya Garrett Day or Aniya Day.
After you learn Aniya has been transported to the hospital, are you dispatched to the hospital or another detective?
Other detectives. Sergeant Morawski assigned me as the lead detective, so I stayed at the station to gather some information. And Detective Sergeant Morawski and Detective Caruso both responded to the hospital.
And while you remain at the police district as a lead detective, what are some of the first things you begin to start doing?
In all investigations, the first thing you want to do is gather all the information that's known up into that time, which is what I did on this day.
And what information did you begin to gather?
I learned from Officer Eddington that Aniya had been believed to be deceased for some time, that rigor mortis was said to have already set in.
What did you do after obtaining this information?
So I started to gather the other information that was known to us at the time, including written statements by the defendants.
Now, who are you receiving those written statements from?
Those written statements were provided to Officer Eddington at the scene by the defendants.
And did you review those written statements as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that Sergeant Morowski and Detective Officer Harold had went to the hospital. During the course of your investigation, did you remain in contact with them?
I did.
Did you receive updates from them?
Yes, I was receiving updates while they were at the hospital, and then when they came back to the station, I did review the photos that were taken by both the detectives and Officer Harold.
And Detective Crozak, why are you reviewing the photos that were taken at the hospital?
So as the lead detective, it's important for me to understand and observe all the information relevant to the investigation.
After reviewing the photos of Aniya that were taken at the hospital, what observations, if any, did you have?
So the photos showed that Aniya was extremely emaciated, appearing skeletal. She had obvious signs of trauma and abuse, including the deep dark bruise over her, or on her entire eye. That eye's swollen shut. There's a laceration therein. She had what appeared to be burns on her lower leg. There were other bruises on her body, and I also noticed that she had a missing tooth.
After reviewing the photos of Aniya, what did you do next, Detective?
Well, besides continuing to be updated on everything that was going on at both the scene and the hospital, I'd been able to review the defendant's statements. I also reviewed statements of the neighbors at Cultural Gardens.
Now, Detective Crozak, did you follow up with the other responding officers on scene?
Yes. So I talked to all the officers who'd responded, excuse me, been called to Cultural Gardens Department that day, March 11th. But I'd also been researching our database at the Euclid Police Station, which the brand name is TAC, T-A-C. It's our report management system.
Detective Crozak, why are you researching your city's report management system at this point in time?
So it's important for me to understand any involvement the parties have had with law enforcement up to that point. And that's what I did. I searched all the parties by name, by social security number, by the known addresses.
Why is it important to you to understand any involvement that the parties may have had up until this point?
As a lead detective, it's important for me to be fully aware of everything I can that might pertain to this investigation.
Okay. In addition to reviewing those reports, at this point in time, had you received the 911 audio?
I did, and I was able to listen to and review that 911 audio for this particular call that day.
Why were you reviewing the 911 audio for the call for this day?
It's important to understand how everything that's reported to the 911 call taker by the caller, exactly as it's reported and in the manner that it is reported.
And what if any observations did you have from listening to the 911 call that you reviewed?
I noticed that there was no excitement in the voices of the callers. Both the defendants had spoken during that call. There was no panic. It was very flat. It wasn't what I would expect for a medical emergency of a 4-year-old having stopped breathing.
Now, Detective, you mentioned that you had reviewed the TAC history reports from the city of Euclid. Did you review those reports in regards to Sierra Day?
I did.
And did you attempt to pull and review reports in regards to Deonte Lewis?
I did.
And did you attempt to review and obtain reports in regards to Michael Garrett?
There were none in our system. The one that I needed involving Michael Garrett, I had to request from the agency who took that report. It was not a Euclid report.
And you didn't have access to the other agencies' operating system to pull reports?
That's correct. I only have access for Euclid's report management system.
And what is the process through which you had to undertake to obtain that additional report?
So I had to request from that agency, excuse me, from their public records division, both the report and the body cam of that incident.
And was that from the city of Cleveland?
It was.
And is that the report that's previously been discussed throughout this trial?
Yes, the one that Officer McFadden took, yes.
After obtaining these tax history reports, did you discover through your investigation whether or not Aniya attended any daycares?
I did. And I, starting with that day, March 11th, I did start speaking with workers from those daycares.
And what were the 2 daycares that you determined through the course of your investigation?
Both the Harbor Crest daycare in Euclid and the Get Ready, Set, Grow daycare, also located in Euclid.
So beginning with Harbor Crest daycare, did you make any attempts to speak with employees from Harbor Crest daycare?
I did. I was able to speak with Michelle Marshall and Tamira Finley from Harbor Crest daycare.
Were you able to obtain any documentation from the Harbor Crest daycare?
I was, but I was actually able to get that from our TAC, our RMS at Euclid.
So the Harbor Crest observation forms were already associated with a previous police report?
Yes, they were attached digitally to that report that Officer Scrungy had taken in May of 2017.
And then turning your attention to Get Ready, Set, Grow daycare, did you speak with anyone at that facility?
I did. I spoke with an employee, Chantel Milton, and also the owner-operator, Iron Das.
And did you also obtain records from Get Ready, Set, Grow daycare?
Well, I requested both attendance records for Aniya as an enrollee at that center and employment records for defendant Day, Sierra, as an employee there. And when I didn't receive records, I caused a subpoena to be served to the daycare center, and those records were never received.
Now, turning your attention to after you do the steps with the daycare, what is the next step in your investigation?
So I met with, well, I attempted to make a notification in person to Aniya's father about the death, but was unable to reach him. So notifications were made to both families, the Day family and the Garrett family, in the days just after March 11th.
After making the notification to the Day family, did you have interactions with members of that family?
Besides Erica Johnson, the other members of the Day family actively averted my attempts to contact or interview them.
Turning your attention to the Garrett family, were you able to make contact with them?
Yes, immediately, and cooperation was gained from the beginning with the Garrett family.
Who from the Garrett family did you speak with?
On March 12th, I spoke with Aniya's father, Michael. His great aunt Patricia was there that day, his fiance, Mai Kaban, and later on spoke with Aniya's paternal grandma when she was able to arrive here from Indiana.
In your interactions with the Garrett family, specifically Mr. Michael Garrett, was there evidence that you obtained from him?
Yes. In our first meeting, he provided me with photos of Aniya. One was, excuse me, dated September 26, 2017. That was the last date he'd seen Aniya alive. He also provided me with photos from September. They were taken August 31st, but they were shown here in court. They were injuries that were provided with the report, the referral to Cleveland, to Children and Family Services, and the Cleveland police report that happened on September 1st. There were other photos of other injuries to Aniya. There was a photo of an injury to her back and upper buttocks, a bruise. There was also a photo of an injury to her tooth, where the gum was affected on the upper tooth.
Based on the evidence you obtained from Mr. Garrett, what, if anything, did you do with that information?
I did request medical and dental records for Aniya.
And why were you requesting those at that point in time?
Well, as being the lead detective in the investigation, I wanted to understand everything, all relevant information that could be pertinent to my investigation and to come to an understanding of the history of the child's welfare.
And in fact, were you able to obtain dental records and medical records from Metro Health Hospital in regards to Aniya?
Yes.
And would you recognize those if you saw them again?
I would.
May I approach, please, Your Honor? Detective, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 910 and 911. If you take a moment to review those items, please.
Okay.
And Detective, do you recognize states Exhibit 910 and 911?
I do.
And what are those, Detective?
These were the records provided that I'd requested. 910 is the dental record, and 911 is the medical record from the Metro Health Medical Center.
And Detective, are those records a fair and accurate depiction of the records that you obtained, or substantially similar to the records you obtained?
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to the dental record, states Exhibit 910. What, if any, information did you obtain about Aniya from the dental records?
So it says here that the patient's parent is concerned that the tooth is loose, and it's indicated as the same tooth that is pictured in the photo that Michael provided to me, and also the tooth that is missing in the photos of Aniya at death.
And which does the record indicate which parent took Aniya to the dentist and when she was taken?
The date of the exam is June 21st of 2017. It says patient, but I did learn that it was her mom, Sierra Day.
Turning your attention to states Exhibit 911. Can you tell us the date range of the Metro Health medical records? When they do, what's the first date of treatment and what's the last date?
So the first day is Aniya's birthday, September 2nd, 2013. And the last day is going to be when she was 1.5 years at March 25th, 2015.
And for the last date when Aniya was 1.5 years, was the weight of Aniya listed in the medical records?
So at that date, at 1.5 years, she weighed over 26 pounds. At 26 pounds, 2.2 ounces.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine the last date prior to Aniya's murder where she was seen, prior to Aniya's death, when she was seen by a medical health professional?
I was.
And what date was that?
July of 2017.
Now, Detective, as part of your investigation, did you obtain and review Department of Children and Family Services records?
I was able to provide all the relevant Children and Family Services investigations for Aniya.
And which investigations were you able to review?
Everything, including the first referral in February of 2017, which we heard Chelsea Lilly testify about. The second one from May 18th of 2017, which Tawana James testified about. And the final one, which we heard Erica Johnson speak of, and Laura Green, we heard her testimony. She was assigned to that.
In addition to reviewing the Department of Children and Family Services records, did you also reach out to the medical examiner's office as part of your investigation?
I did. And the purpose of that and speaking to the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy is to determine the cause, which was trauma, and the manner of death, which is homicide.
And why is that relevant or important to your investigation, detective?
Well, for obvious reasons, that steers the investigation. The forensic pathologist ruling is taken into consideration when considering which steps we will take in our investigation.
Now, Detective Krozak, at this point, after speaking with multiple witnesses, after reviewing the Department of Children and Family Service records, after your investigation up until this point, are you able to determine who had care, custody, and control of Aniya at the time of her death?
So reviewing those records from CFS, where Laura Green was the last worker to have documented seeing Aniya alive in December 2017. And the other things that you just mentioned that I had learned about. I was able to determine that only the defendants, Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis, had access to Aniya at the end of her life.
Now, Detective, you indicated that you reviewed the written statements provided by Deonte Lewis and Sierra Day to Officer Eddington.
Yes.
Did you do any further investigation in regards to locations they indicated they had visited?
Yes. So I followed up with the local Red Lobster restaurant to try and obtain video and learned that no video existed.
As a part of your investigation, did you seek to obtain leasing information from Sierra Day's residences?
I did. From Cultural Gardens, where they lived at the time of the incident. I also received lease documents from the parent company is K&D, and they are the management company for both Harborcrest and what was Parkside Gardens when, where we've heard testimony that they lived in Euclid for part of the time while Michael was still living with Sierra and Aniya.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you also seek to obtain reports from the Bureau of Criminal Investigation Unit for Ohio?
Yes, so the Ohio, we call it BCI for short, it's Ohio's Bureau of Criminal Identification Investigation. We use their forensic laboratory to test most of our evidence or submit our evidence for testing.
And Detective, did you submit evidence for testing to BCI?
Yes, on about March 15th of 2018, I conferred with Dr. Maddox, who is employed with the state lab, BCI, and we reviewed the investigation up to that point, my report up to that point. We went over all the items of evidence that had been collected, and based on BCI's receiving guidelines and protocol, he determined which evidence items were submitted for testing.
And did you in fact submit evidence items for testing, Detective?
I did.
My approach, please, Your Honor. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 912. Can you take a moment to review that item, please?
Okay.
And Detective Krozak, it states Exhibit 912, the BCI report you received in connection with this investigation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
It
that?
states Exhibit 912, a copy of the BCI report you received in connection with this investigation.
Yes, it is.
Is in the same or substantially similar condition to when you received it, Detective.
It is.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you have cause to review the phone records and phone extraction reports for defendant Deonte Lewis and defendant Sierra Day?
I did.
And did you review the entire reports, Detective?
Yes.
Turning your attention to those reports, in regards to defendant Sierra Day's phone extraction report, State's Exhibit 909, were you able to identify any search history or internet search history from that extraction report?
Yes. I noted one of the searched items that search was input on February 9th, of 2017 was, quote, "Will a ice pack heal a black eye?" That was incidentally one day before Aniya presented to Harbor Crest Daycare with a black eye.
Detective Krosak, what, if anything, drew your attention to that search?
Well, the content of it and the fact that this entire investigation centered around abuse, and the child had presented several times, and there was documentation of Aniya suffering black eyes.
Detective, as part of your review of the phone extraction report, were you also able to look at the call logs for Sierra Day?
Yes, I did not see a call to any nurse hotline or medical hotline, information hotline. And there were 357 items searched in the phone, and not one of them was for nurse hotline or medical type service.
Detective, in addition to reviewing that, did you have the occasion to review videos associated with State's Exhibit 909?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to review a video on March 10th, 2018 at approximately 3:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Can you inform us of who was included in that video that you reviewed from defendant Sierra Day's phone?
Oh, go ahead.
The video was of the defendants, Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis, engaging in sexual activity.
And Detective, as part of your investigation, did you review all the crime scene photos?
I did.
Based on reviewing the crime scene photos and reviewing the State's Exhibit 909 extraction report video, were you able to determine the location where this video was?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that, Detective?
So the photos from the search warrant, which I'd thoroughly reviewed, showed, you've seen them in court, the sofa, the blue pillow with the white pattern, the air conditioning, the window blinds, those were all depicted in the video the same way they were memorialized in those photos taken during the search warrant of the defendant's apartment.
My approach, please, Your Honor. Hand you 11. I'm handing you what's previously been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 11. Is this the photo you're describing, Detective?
One in my hand, yes, State's Exhibit 11.
And in State's Exhibit 11, do you see the same green pillows that you saw from the video of the defendants on March 10th, 2018 at approximately 3:28 p.m.?
That's correct. I also see the couch, the blinds, and the air conditioning unit, which are pictured both in the video and it's exactly the way they appear here in this photo.
Detective, based on the photos of the crime scene, did you do any further investigation to learn the whereabouts of the defendants prior to discovering Aniya's body?
Yes, so you probably remember testimony and photos being displayed where there was leftover in a photo of the microwave in the kitchen of the defendant's apartment, there was leftover food from Chipotle restaurant. After seeing that in the search warrant photos, I obtained video from the local Chipotle. I reviewed that video. And do you want me to go on?
One more.
Okay.
Detective, if you were to see that video again, would you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
My approach, please, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Number 913. Detective, I am playing for you State's Exhibit 900. State's Exhibit 913. Do you recognize this item?
I recognize the video, yes.
And how are you able to recognize this video, Detective?
Well, it is labeled the store's location and the address, well, and the street name. Plus, I've reviewed this video extensively after obtaining it.
And is the location shown as 2567 Lakeshore Boulevard?
Yeah, that's the store number, and the store is located in Euclid in our jurisdiction.
And what's the date on the video?
The date is March 10th of 2018.
And is this in the same or substantially similar condition to when you first received it, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to fast forward. Oops, you guys mind if I skip forward? Okay. Detective, drawing your attention to the video at 18:34 hours. Would that be 6:34 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective, at this point in time, are we able to see the defendants in the line for Chipotle?
Yes, ma'am.
And if, Your Honor, with the court's permission, could you step on the stand?
Keep your voice up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And Detective, yeah, just don't touch these very sensitive. Can you point out on the screen where you see the defendants, Detective?
Okay, so right now in the video, the defendants are at the end of the line after having come along the windows here. But I recognize them immediately because they are wearing the same clothes that they were arrested in the next day. And Sierra has on pink boots, which we have documentation of her having worn.
Now, Detective, in this state's exhibit, do you see Aniya anywhere?
No.
Do you see any children with the defendants in this video?
Objection.
No, there are no children with the defendants.
And seeing the video to 1837. Well, we'll play from 1836-29. And Detective, at this point in time, are we able to see the defendants towards the middle of the screen ordering food?
Yes, they are ordering their, it looks like their food bowls are being made right there.
Stopping the video at 18:37:23. Detective, based on this video, did we just see defendant Deonte get his first serving of meat in his Chipotle bowl?
Yes.
Objection.
Resuming the video at 18:37:23. Stopping at 18:37:30. Did you just see the defendant get a double order of meat in this video for his Chipotle bowl, Detective?
Yeah, it does appear that way, yes.
Fast forwarding the video to 18:38:15 and pausing. Detective, can you tell what it is in the defendant's hands as they are in the Chipotle line?
So those bags are from a local grocer, and it appears as if they've just gone shopping before going to dine.
At the local grocery store?
Yes, ma'am.
On March 10, 2018 at 8:38?
At 6:38 p.m. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Military time. Pausing the video at 18:39:18. Detective, who do we see in the video paying for the defendant's Chipotle on March 10th, 2018 at 6:39 p.m.?
So the defendant, Deonte Lewis, just handed a orange plastic-looking credit card to the cashier for payment.
And detective, at any point in time, did you watch this entire video of Chipotle?
I watched the entire day's worth of video. Stores, yeah, their hours of operation that day. I read the entire video, yes.
And this is just the excerpt of that day that we are playing, correct?
Yes, it's recorded in increments. This is the increment that includes the time that they were at the restaurant.
For the increment of the recording, for the time defendant Deonte Lewis and Sierra Day were at the restaurant buying their Chipotle, do you ever see Aniya in this video?
No, she's not there.
Thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Right.
May we approach for a moment, please? Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You told us how important it is to get all the records that you can, correct?
Yes.
And you got dental records and human service records, hospital records, right?
Yes.
So I think what you told us is that as the lead detective, it's important to get anything that may pertain to the investigation.
Anything that I become aware of that I can get, I do attempt to get it.
Okay. And I think you told us that as you work through this investigation, you do things like listen to the 911 tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're listening for your training to see if you hear things that sound normal, I think you told us, or usual.
I don't know that I use those words.
Well, you said that perhaps the voices didn't sound right to you on this 911 call under the situation.
I said I didn't hear excitement or panic from either of the callers. That's correct, yes.
So what you're trying to do is you're using your training, correct? Your experience.
Yes.
And you're looking at things to see if they make sense to you.
I think if they're accepted by reasonable people, not necessarily just me.
Okay. You consider yourself a reasonable person?
I do.
So you gather all the records that you can, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, you reviewed school records from this day, correct?
From the defendant, Sierra Day?
Yes.
I reviewed school records.
They were subpoenaed, correct?
Are you talking about her educational records?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's important to get each and every record that you can that may pertain to the investigation, correct?
School records are not necessarily pertinent to
Are you aware that
investigation.
Are you aware that Ms. Day's records from Shaw High School were subpoenaed over almost not a year ago, but in April of 2018?
But if you say so, I'll take your word for it.
Well, you're the lead detective, right?
Okay.
All right. And they were turned over to the defense as is customary in discovery. You understand that?
Okay.
Back on April 18th of 2018. Okay.
Okay.
So they've been in the custody and control of the investigative team for that amount of time at least.
Okay.
Did you review those?
I do not recall reviewing the defendant Sierra Day's educational records.
If I showed them to you, would you take a look at them?
Sure.
May I approach the witness? Judge Winston. Defendant's Exhibit A. Yes. Current, as of June 3rd, 2020. May I approach the witness? First show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Can you take a look at that? Have you ever seen that before?
Honestly, like I said, I don't recall having reviewed these.
Mind if we do so while we're here? This indicates that this is a report from June the 3rd, 2013.
Yes.
Okay. And it has to do with Sierra Day. Would you agree with that? Child's name?
Yes.
Okay. Would have been a senior in high school at this time?
If you want me to answer that, I'll have to look at it.
Okay, take your time.
This top document says meeting prior to graduation on April 30th, 2013. So I imagine it's approaching her graduation.
Okay. So if we were detecting, we would probably detect since it's right before graduation that she's a senior. Okay. We'll direct your attention to page, at least area 6. You with me?
Are you referring to the highlighted portion?
Right up here.
Okay.
The 6th area of that they discuss in this report. Okay.
Okay.
And this will be an individualized education program.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, they have a question, or they have a section here: present level of academic achievement and functional performance. Could you take a look at that and read that for me? Or just to yourself?
To myself.
Sure.
Okay.
Does it indicate at what grade level, while Sierra Day was a senior in high school, that she was functioning at?
Just in reference to her reading fluency, not her full functioning, but that her reading test performance was an average 3rd to 4th grader.
Okay.
3rd to 4th grade, correct? Showing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit B. Can you take a look at that?
There's a lot of information here.
Let's just start with this. Can you see who it pertains to?
The child's name is listed as Sierra Day.
And does it have a date when that report was made?
There's several dates listed on this.
Okay.
Take a break. Computer just stopped.
Take a break.
Can I review it?
Sure. Case, all right.
You'll go.
Stay on the floor. Everybody stay on the floor.
Technical difficulties.
Very good.
At least I didn't hear it. Hey, what was that? Hey, you check your call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you could turn the monitor to go.
Okay, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Since we're plugged in, can we spin the monitor?
Your computer, you know what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I think I already read it. All right. Okay, good.
Judge, how you doing?
Hey, Russell.
Yeah. Johnny, hope so. Yeah.
Good.
What do you think? You know, like Judge King used to say.
I didn't think it was really
fresh. Every time.
Take everything you give us.
Awesome.
I think it's right.
Yeah. I know, I'm just mad.
Judge, come on. I mean, you do that in front of the whole court.
Okay.
Good.
You put on the floor, was
Yeah. I gotta try.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
This thing I represent himself.
Right. You are. What I'm hoping.
How come I don't have a cough for weeks and then I get on here and I have a tickle in my throat? The air must be dry up here.
Yeah.
No, I brought one. I always do that before I testify because I get such a dry mouth when I testify. This girl was on the stand 13 hours, so I knew to be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ready? Ready? Get the defendant out, please. Got everybody ready?
Yeah.
I know. I'm just gonna ask me to testify to them. I want to know what they say. Okay.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. You may continue.
Judge. Inspector, did you get a chance to look over some of these defendants exhibits A and B while we were on a break?
Just this one. I didn't get a chance to read it in its entirety.
And nobody ever gave you these before?
Like I said, I don't recall having reviewed them before.
I'd like to refer you again back to defendants exhibit B. We talked about Sierra's writing being at, or reading rather being at a 3rd grade level, correct? And would you agree with it? They had her writing in the 12th grade at 4.3 grade?
What you just highlighted says 4.3 grade equivalent.
Sierra's
yes.
broad written language was measured at 4.3 grade equivalent.
Correct.
And math, 2.6 grade equivalent.
That's what it says in the document, yes.
So in the 12th grade, she was reading as a 3rd grader.
Yes.
Writing as a 4th grader, and doing math as a 2nd grader.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Sticking with defendants exhibit B, they did a summary and conclusion after performing these tests on Sierra. Would you agree with that?
It says summary and conclusions, and there's a lot of text, yes.
So it's probably the summary and the conclusions.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that she was found at borderline intellectual functioning levels?
I would agree that that's what's
Well, do you want to
printed
read
here.
the paragraph? Let's
Yeah.
read the paragraph.
You want me to read this paragraph out
Why
loud?
don't you just read it to yourself?
Oh, well, I was able to review this earlier. It does refer to her learning ability. It doesn't, I don't see anything in here referring to whether or not she knows the difference between right and wrong.
I don't think
it's
I
all-
asked you that question.
It's all
did I?
learning ability.
Did
Yeah.
I ask you that question?
No.
Okay,
No,
just
you
checking.
didn't. Okay.
I'm asking you, we know how many scoops we got at Chipotle, right?
Yes.
2, right?
Yes.
And you watched 24 hours of tape on that, right?
Yes,
Or
sir.
almost?
Yes, sir.
And we could tell whether he had a burrito or an enchilada, right? Right?
No, that's not applicable to that, but
Well, we have that information, that we've investigated, right?
okay. Yeah, I did
So I'm asking
subpoena
you-
that video. Yes.
And these were subpoenaed by the government. To be fair, right?
By the government, that's fair.
Right, by the prosecutors.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm presuming yes.
Okay, so just, can I ask you some questions about it?
Yes, sir.
All right. She was found to have borderline intellectual functioning levels, correct?
That's what it says.
Would you have any reason to dispute the documents from East Cleveland provided to me by the government?
No, I'm not disputing them.
The client functions at the 3rd percentile when compared to the general population. Is that a summary and conclusion for Sierra?
That's what's printed here, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate in the document that was provided me by the government from the East Cleveland schools?
No, I don't have reason to doubt that.
So that's not the 3rd percentile, like high, right? It's the bottom 3rd percentile of the population is where she functions, according to the documents provided to me by the government, correct?
That's what you just read.
Whether I read it or not, is that what the document that the East Cleveland School District gave to the prosecutor's office, who gave it to me, says?
Okay, start that question over.
Detective, it's not that I say it says that. Is that what it says?
Okay. That sentence, yes. I'm not disagreeing with what you've said that is printed on the paper here. No.
You're not disagreeing that the documents provided to me by the prosecution indicate that Sierra functions at the bottom 3 percentile of the population. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were never shown this in your investigation?
Like I've stated, I don't recall having reviewed those records.
Showing you again defendant's exhibit A, the other document provided to me by the government, right? Based on informal interviews with parents, students, Sierra can successfully complete most tasks related to home living and recreation without any assistance, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
She will require assistance with knowing about jobs, reading, personal finance, correct? And
Yes.
everyday problem solving, correct?
Correct.
So that is cognitive, right? It's not learning ability there, correct?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that.
One minute, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, Detective.
Ms. Valentino, do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you. Detective Kovac, you said that when you listened to the 911 tape, that the reaction of the defendants was not what you are used to.
Those weren't the words I used. I listened to it to be informed about exactly the way it was recorded.
Okay, and in your experience as in the law enforcement, now how long have you been in law enforcement?
In Euclid, I started in 2007.
Were you in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes.
So in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
14 years.
Okay, and isn't it a fact that not everyone reacts the same in a crisis situation?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. Sometimes you have one extreme to the other. Sometimes you have a person who acts calmly, then you have a person who acts a little less calm, all the way down to hysterics. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Now, how far was, you said they had grocery bags in their hand, and I saw them. What grocery store were those bags from?
Well, if you want me to state my presumption.
No, only if you know.
I can't say for sure. Based on the color, I attributed them to a local grocer.
Okay. And how far from Miss Day's apartment is Chipotle where they went?
Very close, walking distance.
Right across the street, correct?
For the most part.
Mm-hmm. And so is Dave's grocery store, right across the street from Miss Day's apartment building.
They're all in like a 1 mile square radius, yes.
In a plaza that's right across the street from the apartment building, correct?
The grocer and the restaurant are in separate plazas.
Okay, but they're within a 5-minute walk from her apartment building.
I can't say for sure it's a reasonable walk. It's not. It's reasonable to think that somebody would walk there. Yes.
Yeah, within a 5-minute period.
I've never timed it. I can't say that.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, you were asked a lot of questions about Ms. Day in 2013 from school records, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you obtain information in regards to Ms. Day's functioning in society from 2016 to 2018?
I most certainly did, yes.
Did you obtain information on her moving out into her own apartment?
A couple times, yes.
So 2 separate apartment buildings, both Harbor Crest and Cultural Gardens, where she reviewed and signed leases for, correct?
As well as Parkside Gardens.
As well as Parkside Gardens. So
yes.
3 separate apartment complexes after she graduates high school that she's able to sign a lease for, correct?
Yes.
Did you review her employment history after high school?
I did.
And she was able to maintain a job as a daycare teacher?
That's correct, yes.
In reviewing her employment history, any complaints in regards to her inability to perform the work that she was doing?
Not by the coworkers that I interviewed, no.
So nothing that indicated in 2016 to 2018 that she could not function and understand in our community, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And your investigation, you also met or spoke and reviewed Department of Children and Family Services records, correct?
Yes.
And we've heard the witnesses testify from Department of Children and Family Services that they interviewed and spoke with Ms. Day, correct?
Yes.
In regards to those Department of Children and Family Services records, any indication that there was any concern about Ms. Day's ability to understand concepts within our society?
No, no indication was made.
Any indication from those records that she was having difficulty paying bills, functioning, reading, maintaining employment?
No, no indication was made.
No notations whatsoever in all those records that you read?
That's correct.
And this is from 2016 to 2018?
Yes.
So from your investigation, other than the abuse that was observed to Aniya, was there any indication that Ms. Day was not able to function in the community in a reasonable manner?
No, no indication.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Nothing further.
So the records you got from 2016 to 2018 are from Human Services regarding Sierra, correct?
Are you referring to the Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services?
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear that that's what you mean by Human Services. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Okay, so you got those and you found that she could function well in society from those? Is that what you're telling Ms. Jordan?
Well, besides those and the other evidence presented, I also reviewed medical records from the time Aniya was born that was relevant to me from Aniya's birth through her death.
And let's see, she signed 3 leases, right?
Yes.
So that is evidence to you that she could function adequately in society because she could sign a lease?
In that, as it applies to obtaining the lease, yes.
Okay, so she obtained a lease and 3 times she signed a lease, right?
Yes, I've said that, yes.
Okay. And you checked with her coworkers, right?
Yes.
I think you told us on direct originally that you tried to get her employment records, but they wouldn't give them to you.
Right, but I did speak with her employer, Mr. Iron Das.
Let's talk about the records. You said that you were looking at employment records, right? Did you ever receive any employment records for Sierra from anywhere?
I had asked for the attendance records for employment. What I received is her application packet to Get Ready, Set, Grow.
Of any job that she ever held, did you ever receive employment performance records?
Not formally, no.
You interviewed some people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was her job at Ready, Set, Grow?
She was a daycare teacher.
And what is a daycare teacher?
Well, I think we've heard testimony that those workers are supervising young children who are unable to supervise themselves.
Well, she's a babysitter, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, she reads, writes, and performs math between 2nd and 4th grade, right? According to the record given me by the government, right?
The daycare requires that they have educational training, which the records that I received indicate that she had those trainings that are required by the state of Ohio. So that the child abuse training, the first aid training, and I can't cite specifically what else from memory.
You've reviewed those? Those training records?
The records provided by Get Ready, Set, Grow.
Okay. But she reads, writes, and performs math at a 2nd to 4th grade level, yet you're indicating she was a teacher?
Yes, of preschoolers.
Okay. And she functions in the bottom 3 percentile of the population, correct? According to the records given to me by the government that were never shown to you.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay. Yes.
But we're going to say that that person is a teacher who's functioning well in society, correct?
That's how she was employed, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Ms. Palomino.
Thank you, ma'am.
You stepped down. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Your Honor, can we approach?
We're going to have to take a short recess. This will be the final witness of the day, though. Most likely the final witness on behalf of the state of Ohio. That's the case. Yeah, I just don't leave the floor. What? Okay. That's the second game you got there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just turned him face down right now.
I've got a great team. No, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
So every time I see him, I pick up an ad. Family. Yeah, they're gonna go down. Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
They have some objections to my photographs.
Okay. The court. The time. Kill the daughter!
I have 39 photographs, there's only 18 there.
When she comes back, I just want to make.
Okay.
Almost. Okay, thanks.
Two people charged with murdering a 4-year-old girl in Euclid make their first court appearance this afternoon, and sitting just behind them is the girl's grieving and shell-shocked father. News 5's Jordan Vandenberg joins us live from Municipal Court with more. Jordan.
Well, the arraignments of Sierra Day and Deonte Lewis.
An emotional arraignment. Two people charged with murdering a 4-year-old girl in Euclid make their first court appearance this afternoon, and sitting just behind them is the girl's grieving and shell-shocked. An emotional arraignment. Two people charged with murdering a 4-year-old girl in Euclid make their first court.
Let's get the fun down already. Yeah, which I'm on the record before.
This afternoon, and sitting just behind them is the girl's grieving and shell-shocked father. News 5's Jordan Vandenberg joins us live from Euclid Municipal Court with more. Jordan.
So anything? Okay, don't call in.
Okay, let's go on the record.
All right.
Shaughnessy, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. For please the court, I believe the state's next witness is Dr. Joseph Philo. It's my understanding that the state has narrowed down the pictures of the autopsy that they intend to show Dr. Philo. I would, however, object. I believe their state's 332, 301, 305, 307, 309, 310, 311, 313, 314, 317, 318.
You're objecting to all the ones they
I'm objecting to all the ones that they intend to use, Your Honor. Cause and manner of death is not in question here. We're not challenging the cause and manner of death. We're not challenging Dr. Philo's opinion as to his medical findings. This isn't a case such as a stabbing or a shooting where direction or angle or things like that could be important demonstrative evidence to the jury. I know the court has seen some of these photographs. I believe that they're highly prejudicial. They're not probative of anything. I would direct the court's attention at a minimum, specifically to 332. That's a picture of the child in the hospital with the bags on the hands and feet. That's not probative of anything that Dr. Philo is going to do. It's just prejudicial and set to inflame the jury. I would ask the court to exclude all of these photographs, but certainly 332, 305, and 318, all of them, but especially those three, Judge. And again, there's no evidentiary value to these, so I would ask the court to not permit them. Thank you.
Go ahead. Your Honor, these photographs, there were 39 photographs that were created by the medical examiner's office. After having met with Dr. Philo, there was a specific discussion based on the facts and circumstances of this case and the manner, the cause and the manner of her death, that these photographs were selected to depict to the jury the injuries that this child suffered and the malnutrition that she suffered as well. And so that is depicted in these photographs. So they are necessary, and they have been taken down from 39 to 18. They are not prejudicial. They're not to inflame the jury. They're for purposes of the medical diagnosis, the cause and the manner of death this doctor is going to testify to.
Thank you. I'm gonna overrule that objection, and specifically with respect to the malnutrition, shows that this was not something that occurred over a short period of time, but was a prolonged process, which would obviously go to the knowledge of the perpetrator, and so I think it's highly appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I assume you join in when Mr.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. We are ready. Yeah.
All right, so the jury.
Okay, that's right. You may be seated. May call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Joseph Philo.
You solemnly swear you'll testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and this you do, as you shall answer to God of the faith and found this perjury.
I will.
Yes, Doctor.
Hello.
Testified before, I assume?
Yes, I have.
You know about the microphone in the chair.
Yes, I do.
I don't have to repeat that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Philo.
Hello.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter.
Joseph Andrew Philo, F-E-L-O.
And sir, by whom are you employed?
I am a forensic pathologist and the chief deputy medical examiner for Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office here in Cleveland, Ohio.
And how long have you still been employed with the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've been with the medical examiner's office as long as it has been in place, which is 7+ years. Previous to that, we were the coroner's office. So I've been at both the coroner's office and the medical examiner's office for almost 22 years.
And doctor, what kind of training and experience have you obtained in order for you to maintain your position?
On behalf of defendant Dave, we would stipulate that Dr. Philo is an expert in forensic pathology and can render an opinion in this case, and he's testified on hundreds of occasions or more.
I appreciate your stipulation, but I would like the jury to know some of the background between forensic pathology and the anatomic pathology.
Judge, could we go so far as to stipulate, we know him very well, he is a brilliant pathologist.
Maybe the jury wants to get to know.
Thank you, counsel. Dr. Philo, just briefly, we won't go through everything, just briefly, what kind of background do you have? First of all, are you a licensed medical doctor?
I am a doctor of osteopathy, and I'm licensed by the state of Ohio to practice medicine. And I received my medical degree from the University of Health Sciences in Kansas City, Missouri in 1992. Between 1992 and 1993, I completed an osteopathic internship at Wilson Memorial Hospital in Johnson City, New York. Between 1993 and 1997, I completed an anatomic pathology and clinical pathology residency at the Cleveland Clinic Foundation here in Cleveland, Ohio. And between 1997 and 1998, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Office, also here in Cleveland, Ohio.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means to be board certified in your particular discipline?
Board certification means that I have learned or went through the basic training and reached the minimal standards of competency in that field. And that includes, I've done the minimum training, and then I've taken examinations in order to pass those board examinations. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And doctor, and we'll talk about the different pathologies that you're board certified in. Sir, do you also teach?
Yes, I do.
And where do you teach?
I teach at all of the residency training programs here in Cleveland. So that includes Metro Health Medical Center, Case Western Reserves University Hospital, and the Cleveland Clinic Foundation. I also teach at the Podiatry School of Kent State University down in Independence, Ohio. I also am a coordinator for the EMS and first responders. There's an education symposium that I host twice a year at the medical examiner's office. And I teach every day because I am the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Program Director. So it's part of my responsibility to teach doctors who are anatomic pathologists in order to become forensic pathologists.
And Dr. Philo, have you also been responsible for participating in presentations and in authoring articles with in the different areas of forensic pathology and or clinical pathology?
Yes, I have.
And sir, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I have done 3,919 as of this morning.
And how many times have you testified in court, sir?
189 times.
And in those 189 times, were you deemed an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, in all of them.
All right. And doctor, you indicated the difference between the coroner's office and the medical examiner's office. What is the difference?
Both a coroner and a medical examiner is responsible for evaluating dead patients in order to determine their cause and manners of death. The big difference is that a coroner is elected by the population that they serve, whereas the medical examiner is appointed, in this case, or in our county, it's by Mr. Armand Budish, who is the county commissioner.
And Dr. Philo, with regards to pathology, what is pathology?
Pathology is the branch of medicine that studies body fluids and body tissues and pieces of organs and whole organs in order to determine if there's any diseases present in those fluids or tissues. And
what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that applies the sciences of medicine to issues that have legal ramifications and legal issues.
Pathology is broken up into two different sections?
Basically, yes. There's anatomic pathology, which is tissue pathology. If you were to have a biopsy or an organ removed, that would go to the anatomic pathologist in the hospital. A clinical pathologist is essentially the laboratory medicine doctors. And so if you have blood work or cultures, blood cultures, they go to the laboratories. That's the clinical pathology. Forensic pathology is a subset of anatomic pathology, and it's largely autopsy medicine.
And sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen just briefly how the cases come in to the medical examiner's office, how they are assigned, how they're examined, how determinations are made?
Sure.
And then we'll talk about how you memorialize and have photographs taken, so from the beginning.
Sure. Our office relies on the cases to be reported to our office. And so we get notifications of dead patients, largely from hospitals in the county, as well as police agencies, and then sometimes nursing homes and other care facilities. We have investigators that will screen those phone calls. They know the questions to ask in order to determine if those cases need to be brought in for investigation by the medical examiner's office. So roughly 15 to 20% of all the dead people that die in Cuyahoga County will be referred to our office in order to determine their cause and their manner of death. Anyone who's born with a birth certificate and dies, they get a death certificate. And so forensic pathologists are responsible for filling out those death certificates. So once the case is reported to our office and it's deemed that the body needs to come to the medical examiner's office, a doctor will screen to decide if an autopsy needs to be done or not. About half the times, we'll just do an external examination, maybe draw some blood through the skin and test that without an autopsy. The other half is ultimately to determine the cause and manner of death. The cases are generally divided up amongst all of the pathologists, kind of in a round-robin situation. Doctors are assigned days to work, and the doctors who are working will divide up the cases amongst the doctors that are doing autopsies. Once the doctor is assigned the case, then the autopsy will start. And the autopsy starts by doing an external examination, having photographs documenting the outside of the body, and then opening up the body to look at the inside of the body, also with photographs that are taken as well.
And Dr. Philo, in the midst of doing that, do you memorialize your findings in a report?
Yes, I do.
And you also cause to be taken photographs during the autopsy?
Yes.
And in addition to that, doctor, do you also have toxicology, and do you also take fluids to be further examined, that once they're examined, then they're returned to you for your evaluation as part and parcel of the autopsy?
Yes.
And doctor, when you're talking about doing a forensic examination, are you determining a cause of death and a manner of death?
Yes.
All right, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury just briefly?
That the body goes through that ultimately ends in their death. And it can be the most common cause of death is going to be a heart attack, usually caused by hardening of the arteries. So examples of causes of death can be a heart attack, a stroke, cancer. Several more common ones in Cuyahoga County are overdoses, particularly opiate-related, heroin and fentanyl. There can be gunshot wounds and stab wounds. Those are all causes of death. We also have to determine what the manner of death, and the manner of death is a categorization of what happened that led to that person's death. And there's 5 choices for manners of death. And the most commonly used one is natural. Natural is going to be the heart attack, the strokes, pneumonia, cancers. Suicide is a second manner of death, and that's when the decedent takes their own life. A homicide is when someone else causes that person's death. An accident is when someone dies because of unpredictable or unforeseeable circumstances. And then the last category of manner of death is undetermined. We use undetermined when there's not enough evidence or the story just doesn't fit, it's not complete, when there's some degree of uncertainty with how that person died. So undetermined is the least common manner of death.
And Dr. Philo, were you so gainfully employed by the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office back on March 12th, 2018?
Yes.
And did you come into contact with the body of Aniya Day-Garrett?
Yes, I did.
And as a result of that, sir, did you cause a report of autopsy that you signed to be produced with regards to your findings?
Yes, I did.
And did you have photographs to be taken as a result of your examination of this child's body?
Yes.
And in addition, did you also have toxicology reports and lab reports that you reviewed as part and parcel of your examination of this child?
Yes, I did.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Dr. Philo, handing you what's been previously marked State's Exhibit 132, 133, 134, and 135. I'd like you just to take a moment to review those documents, please.
I've done so.
All right, starting with State's Exhibit 132, can you just identify the documents for me?
State's Exhibit 132 is a certified copy of the autopsy report regarding the death of Aniya Day-Garrett. This consists of a one-page summary page of the findings at autopsy, followed by 4 pages which describe how I saw the patient when I did the autopsy, and the last page is signed and dated when I completed the report on June 14th of 2018.
And Dr. Philo, were you the doctor that did the actual autopsy on this child?
Yes.
All right, this wasn't a situation where you were observing a fellow. You, in fact, did your own autopsy on this child.
Yes, I did.
All right, go on to State's Exhibit 133.
State's Exhibit 133 is the medical examiner's verdict. This is a certified copy of the summary of the circumstances that ultimately led to this child's death. This document is signed by the medical examiner, Dr. Thomas Gilson, Gilson.
All right, State's Exhibit 133.
That was State's Exhibit 133.
I'm sorry, 134.
134 is the toxicology results, which is the evaluation of the body fluids that I collected at the time of the autopsy and submitted them to the toxicology department. This consists of a 4-page document of the findings of what the eye fluid of Aniya Day-Garrett contained chemical-wise.
All right, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And State's Exhibit 135.
State's Exhibit 135 is a copy of the toxicology result from a reference laboratory, capital N, capital M, capital S. This was the lab that we sent her body fluids to be analyzed by this reference laboratory.
And why is that?
At the time, our office was overwhelmed with drug overdoses, that the potential homicides, to expedite them, we sent those fluids to the reference lab to take a little bit of the work off of our toxicology lab.
All right, and Dr. Philo, I am going to hand you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel. I just want you to look at these yourself. There's State's Exhibit 301, 305, 307, 309, 310, 311, 313, 314, 317, 318, 319, 327, 328, 329, 332, 334, 338, and 339. Just take a moment yourself and please keep them face down.
I've done so.
All right, doctor, do those photographs that I have handed you fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you had taken of Aniya Day-Garrett on March 12th, 2018?
Yes, they do.
All right. And doctor, just for purposes of making this record clear, you've indicated that you have testified over 200 times and in, 189,
189, yes. Not quite
189
200.
times. And in those 189 times, you were deemed an expert?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to present Dr. Philo as a forensic expert in forensic pathology.
I think they've already stipulated to that.
I believe Mr. Shaughnessy and Mr. Marine did, but the other.
He's an expert.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Philo, with regards to your examination of Aniya Day, let's start with your report before we get to any of the photographs, sir. And you indicated to this jury that I'd like you to indicate to this jury, when you first come upon a patient, what are the protocols that are followed at the medical examiner's office? How are you dressed? Who's in the room with you? And what do you begin to do from the moment you walk in?
Well, first of all, when the body is received at our office, it's assigned a unique number, and that unique number is assigned just to that person's case work as it progresses through the office. Once the body is received, several photographs are taken to document how we received the body. So typically the body will come in a body bag. So the first photograph will be a zipped up body bag. We unzip the body bag to see what's on the inside and take a photograph of that. And then several other photographs are taken as we remove the body from the body bag. Depending on where the body comes from, they may be clothed, partially clothed, nude, perhaps in a hospital gown. If there's any suspicion for violence, oftentimes their hands and or feet will have paper bags on them to preserve evidence. All of that is documented photographically. When I start up an autopsy, I'm in personal protective wear that includes eyewear, a face mask, plastic gown, as well as latex gloves and foot hair cover. The autopsy is done in a room where we can do 3 autopsies at a time. So it's not just me in the room, but I am only working on 1 autopsy at a time. And I have an autopsy assistant helping me who helps move the body, take off any clothing or any evidence that needs to be taken. And that assistant also cuts on the body to take out the organs. And then I'll examine the organs at a table next to where the deceased is. There's also a photographer who's taking pictures at my discretion. There's also someone with a trace evidence who's, if there's any evidence on the body or in the body that I need submitted to the laboratories, they're working with me as well.
All right, Dr. Philo. Now, when the body of Aniya Day was transferred to the medical examiner's office, and starting with your report of autopsy, sir, what were your first observations of this child?
Well, the first observation is that she is a Black female who is severely malnourished. We took her length and her weight, and then I did eye color and hair color, and then an external examination looking for any marks on her body, any signs of injuries, any signs of identifying scars or tattoos. She didn't have any tattoos. But that was done with the initial external examination. But certainly she is very, very thin.
And Dr. Philo, so what were your findings with regards to how tall was she, how much did she weigh, and at that point?
She is a 4-year-old girl, and she measured 40 inches in length and weighed 26 pounds. 40 inches for a 4-year-old is meaning she's in the 50th percentile. That means that she's average, that half the children of her age are taller than she is, the other half are shorter than she is. Her weight is 26 pounds. That is less than 3 percentile. So that means 97% of children that are her length, her 40 inches, are heavier than she is. So she's extremely malnourished.
All right. And so, doctor, in going through your report, do you want to go through your anatomic diagnosis first and how you came to your determinations? How would you like to do it? And then we'll talk about the photographs later.
No, that's fine. When I did the external examination, I'm looking for any signs of injuries or illnesses. And certainly the major illness that I see is malnourishment, as I stated, those findings there. Her skin is very loose, and that's because she's lost the muscles and fat that make our skin more plump. And I can see her underlying bones. Looking for signs of injuries, she essentially has a very prominent black eye. She's got a bruise around her left eye, and it's a very prominent purple color with a laceration, which is a tear caused by blunt trauma of her left upper eyelid. She also has a bruise on the right side of her forehead. And then she has some scattered abrasions on her left arm and as well as her back. There's also some areas where her skin has sloughed off. They were blisters at one time, and those are collected on her lower legs, on both the right and left lower legs and her feet. I documented everything externally and then did an internal examination, which means cutting on the organs, cutting on the skin in the front, removing the ribs to look at the organs, and then making a cut from ear to ear across the top of the scalp and to pull back the scalp and then cut around the skull to see what's on the inside of the skull. Internally, she has, consistent with a loss of soft tissue. So she doesn't have much fat. Her muscles have somewhat wasted away. I noticed that she has some signs of shock. Shock being she's got hemorrhages of her skin around her right eye. Those are called petechial hemorrhages. It's as the body is slowly dying, which is shock. She gets small hemorrhages. There's also some collapsing of her lungs, meaning she's not taking deep breaths, and so the lungs are collapsing. And she's also developed some pancreatitis, which is inflammation of the pancreas. Because she's not eating as she should be, her pancreas is starting to digest itself because it secretes enzymes, which are chemicals to break down food. She also has developed some ulcers of her stomach, also because of shock for lack of food. Those were all in her torso. I didn't see any signs of infection, any signs of broken bones, any other reason for her malnourishment. But on the inside of her head, she has evidence of previous injury. She's got the bruises I stated on the right side of her forehead. There's no injuries to the underlying skull. But on the surface of her brain, she has what's known as, she's got a healing blood clot. The medical term is a subdural hematoma, which is blood that has collected on the surface of the brain, but below the dura, which is a thin membrane that goes around the entire skull and spinal canal. Because of that hematoma or blood clot, so a stroke is dead brain tissue. And all of that had happened weeks to months prior to her death. There's also some evidence that she had some hemorrhage or some bleeding around her eyeballs. There's also a little bit of of hemorrhage that extended over to her right side of her brain. But most of the injuries are on the left side of her dura, her head, and her brain.
Now, Dr. Philo, can we talk about your anatomic diagnosis so we understand the proper terminology? You have blunt impacts to the head as numeral number 1, correct?
Yes.
All right, and we have contusions of the right forehead. What is a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise, and that is on her right forehead, what I saw on the outside of her body.
All right, and can you determine is it a recent, an acute injury, or is it an injury from a while ago?
It's not a fresh bruise based on the coloring. So it's been present there for probably about a week, plus or minus a couple of days. It didn't happen, like I said, at the time of her ultimate death, but it's been there for about a week.
All right, section B, can you please articulate what the words are?
So I put things in an outline form. So Roman numeral 1 are her head injuries. And I stated that the bruise or the contusion of the right forehead. The next one is a contusion and ecchymosis of the left periorbital and left lateral orbital face. That's doctor word for a black eye. Because there's bruising, that's a contusion from direct trauma, and ecchymosis is bleeding associated with the initial injury. And because of that, there's the next injury, which is subcutaneous, that's below the skin, swelling of left eyelids. Her eyelids were so swollen, it was difficult to actually open and pry them open for me to see the colors of her left eye.
And do we have a timing of that, sir?
That is going to be around 2 days or so prior to her death, the black eye.
So she was alive when she got that?
Yes.
Okay.
The next injury is a laceration, which is a tear of her left upper eyelid. It was relatively small, but on the top of her left eyelid. Those were all the external injuries. The next category is recent hemorrhages within paraocular soft tissues. That means that she had hemorrhage not on the surface of the eyeball, but in the connective tissues around the eyeball. So I'm able to look inside her skull and see that she had hemorrhage in those eyes, around those eyes, a time prior, weeks to months, based on there's no fresh hemorrhage there.
All right, section F.
Section F is essentially the main reasons why she died, and that's the organized left subdural hematoma. That means a hematoma is a blood clot, and organized means it's been there for a while and the body is trying to cure itself or heal itself by absorbing that blood back into the body. And the body is fascinating in that it can heal itself within reason when given the opportunity. And that shows that because of that hematoma, that blood clot, her body was trying to resorb it back and heal herself. Unfortunately, the damage to the brain is not as able to heal itself with that. Because of the nature of that blood clot, it had been present there for weeks to months prior to her death, because of how the tissue is healing off that hematoma or blood clot. As I stated, the blood clot, when it's blood that's in the on top of the brain, and the brain is very snug within the skull. As the blood clot expands, it presses on the brain, and that caused secondary complications, which I list as subacute cerebral infarctions in the distribution of the left anterior and the left posterior cerebral arteries. That is doctor terminology for a stroke that has happened fairly recently and it still hasn't gotten down to a complete scar. So there's still, the body is remodeling and trying to wall off how far the stroke is. And the stroke is essentially on the front portion of the left brain and the back portion of the left brain, just on the left-hand side.
And doctor, you said fairly recently. What do you mean by that?
At a minimum, this is 2 weeks that the stroke has been there. It could be going on for several weeks, beyond 2, even up to several months.
Okay. Number 2.
There's the next complication of the subdural hematoma is cerebellar Purkinje, Purkinje cell loss. Those are neurons in the back part of the brain that have essentially died off because of the lack of oxygen to the brain caused by that bleeding that did not allow blood to get into the brain and cause the stroke. The part of the brain that's affected is the part of the brain that's responsible for muscle coordination. So she would be, if she was able to walk, she would be stuporous and clumsy and not coordinated because she's got a stroke in that part of the brain as well. The last complication is remote left optic nerve subdural hemorrhage. That means that there was bleeding that extended from the brain to the left eyeball, and that had happened at or near the same time that the subdural hematoma occurred.
All right, doctor. And then you move on to malnutrition. And what are your findings with regards to malnutrition?
Malnutrition is essentially starvation, and I list all of the supporting features of her malnutrition, including her body length of 40 inches, which I stated was in the 50th percentile for all girls of that age. Her body weight is 26 pounds, which is less than the 3rd percentile. She should be around 36 pounds to be in the 50th percentile for her weight. Her body mass index is calculated to be 11.42. Ideal is between 18 and 25 or so. So she's severely malnourished, way below the 18. I list she's got loose, wrinkled, and redundant skin. She's lost so much of her underlying muscles and fat tissue that her skin looks like an older person, where it's wrinkling and sagging because she's lost the plumpness of the underlying muscles and fat. And I specifically mentioned subcutaneous soft tissue, which is muscle and adipose tissue atrophy. That's wasting away, which causes the skin to look loose. Then she developed some organ complications, which include acute pancreatitis. As I stated, she's not eating well, so her pancreas is inflamed because it doesn't have any food to digest, so it starts to digest its own organ. She has acute hemorrhagic gastropathy, and those are the ulcers that are in her stomach because she's forming too much acid as normal digestion, but not any food going in her stomach. So it's starting to erode her internal lining of her stomach. She has pulmonary atelectasis and airspace hemorrhage. These are the lung findings where she's not breathing deep, so her lungs are partially collapsed. That's atelectasis. And then part of the shock is the blood needs to go someplace that's pumping through the lungs, so it's going into the air spaces. So she's got some bleeding on the inside of her lungs. And then finally, she's got cutaneous petechiae of right infraorbital ridge. Those are skin, punctate, or dot-like hemorrhages on the right lower eyelid, and that's shock because, again, the body is slowing down and blood kind of goes to path of least resistance, and in this case, it was on the right side of her face.
All right, doctor, and then you move on to Roman numeral 3.
The next category are blunt impacts to her trunk, which is the thorax and abdomen and pelvis area, and extremities, which are arms and legs, with abrasions, which are scratches, of the posterior left thorax, that's the left back where the ribs are, also on her left upper arm and her left upper leg. These are minor injuries, but they're on her body, and so I document what they are and where they are.
Roman numeral number 4.
These include the multifocal, meaning that they're in various areas, but clustered areas of skin slippage of undetermined etiology on both lower legs and her right foot. As I described, she's got what appeared to be blisters at one time that had popped. The fluid had come out. And so now I just see them as losses of skin on her lower legs and her right foot. And I'm not sure exactly where they came from. I can't tell scientifically or pathologically what caused those.
Roman numeral 5.
Roman numeral 5 is a superficial cutaneous ulcers of both lower legs. These are the beginnings of bed sores that are forming on her lower legs.
And doctor, before we get to the cause and the manner of death and your other conditions, you then, you've done an external examination, then you go in and you do an internal examination. And what are your findings with regards to, well, first of all, let's start on page 1, your external and internal evidence of recent injury. Can you talk to us about that?
I found that she's got the injuries, and I sort of categorize them where they're located. So she's got 5 injuries on her head. She's got 1 area of injuries on her thorax or her left back. And then she's got 6 injuries scattered on her arms and legs. Beginning with the head, and the numbering and how I identify them, they do not indicate that, you know, because they're on the head, they happened first or long before she died. It's just how I go from head to toe to categorize everything. So on her head, she has 5 areas of injury, and this is where I'm more specific about size and color and shape and where they're located. And I described the first one as a 1.5 by 1.25 inch pink, tan, and gray contusion, which is a bruise, in the medial, which is in the mid portion or the central portion of the right forehead. The next injury is how I describe her black eye of her left eye. The color, the size, it's 3 inches by 1.75 inches. And there's also a 1/2 inch superficial laceration, which is the tear of the left upper eyelid. And then the eyelids are essentially swollen closed just on the left side.
And doctor, with regards to 1 and 2 there, your findings, the pink, tan, gray contusion in the medial right forehead, with regards to timing of that, within a week?
Yes.
And with regards to your second, your 3 inch times 1.75, mostly purple contusion, the black eye that we talk about, that is less than 2 days.
Yes.
All right, go on to number 3 and 4.
Number 3 is a 1/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion on the anterior, which is the front surface of the right earlobe, a very minor scratch on her front of her right earlobe. Number 4 describes the subdural hematoma. And I describe it with colors, how thick it is. The maximal thickness is 0.2 centimeters. That's 2 millimeters. But it certainly was thicker at one time to compress the brain. And there is evidence that it had stained the other side of the dura. So the hematoma is on the left side. That's the blood clot. Some of that blood leaked over to the right side, but most of the injury is on the left side of her brain.
And just for purposes of clarification, doctor, what does the left side of the brain monitor in our bodies? What is it responsible for?
It's essentially responsible for the right side of the body and certain parts. So sensation and making your right side move is actually on the opposite side, the left side. So she would have some degree of paralysis and sensory loss on her right side. The left side is also where the speech center is. And so that area, although not directly affected, she might have had difficulty in talking because that's the left side of the brain as well.
Okay, please continue.
The fifth injury of her head is the description of her strokes. And as I described, they're on the left side of her brain. And I described the location where they are and in the front portion as well as the back portion of her left hemisphere, which is the left half of her brain.
All right, and then you move on to the trunk and the extremities.
Yes.
In your findings.
So these are all relatively minor injuries on her body. On the trunk, I described, in the trunk is also the torso. I described multiple abrasions. They're gray and tan, and they're on the skin of the posterior, which is the back, the left lower thorax, which is still where the ribs are, and they're in an area of 3 inches by 1 inch. And these abrasions are sort of on the surfaces of the ribs, and they're just from her brushing against a solid surface or something rubbing against her back. They don't cause any internal damage underneath her. That's the only injury of her torso. On the extremities, she's got 6. And they include a 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch yellow and gray abrasion, which is a scratch on the posterior, which is the back, left upper arm, so near the shoulder, but the tricep area, a 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion. She has 3 areas of skin slippage. These are the areas that were blisters at one time on her outer portion of her right lower leg and her outer portion of her right foot. And these are in an area of 4 3/4 inches by 2 1/2 inch. So essentially it's between the knee and down to the little toe on the outside of her right leg.
And doctor, based on your training and experience, this skin seepage, how does it cause to be?
Well, based on the color, there's something that came in contact with the skin that irritated the skin. So this could be just because she's lying in a moist environment and it's causing the skin to break down. It could be a burn from either a contact, something touched her, or fluid, although it doesn't really have a fluid pattern. Or it could just be if someone was rubbing her to clean her skin. You can just slough off the skin if you rub, because her skin is very thin to begin with.
So
well, not
doctor,
to begin with, but at the time of her death.
Doctor, if this child was lying in a bed full of urine and her leg had been sitting there marinating for days, could that have affected it?
Yes, that could be a reason why she's got those blisters.
All right, please continue.
Moving over to the left leg, she has another small, she actually has 2 small abrasions. One is 1/16 inch by 1/16 inch, and that's on the back outside of her left upper leg near the hip. She's got another one abrasion, which are scratches, 1/4 inch by 1/16 inch in the same area of her left upper leg. And then she has a third abrasion that's also 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch, also on the outer portion of her left thigh as well. And then I described that she has at least 6 similar of those blisters that were on her right side. She's got at least 6 on the outer portion of her left leg in a larger area. These are 7 1/4 inches by 1 1/2 inches.
And doctor, after you conduct your external examination, just briefly, did you have any findings with regards to your internal examination of this child's organs?
Well, as I stated, most of her organs, they're normal. They're a little underweight because of her malnutrition, but her lungs were collapsed. Her pancreas is inflamed, and she's got the hemorrhages on the inner lining of her stomach. She does have some fluid that's in her stomach as well as in her intestines. It's not a whole lot, but there was some that was in her stomach and intestines. But there was no congenital or birth defects. There was no other signs of direct trauma to any of her abdominal or chest organs. Just as I described, complications of malnutrition.
And doctor, once you conduct your internal examination, do you also follow that up with microscopic evaluation of the organs? And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you do that and what your findings were with regards to Aniya?
Yes. Part of a complete autopsy is not only to examine the body with our naked eyes, but we use the aid of a microscope to look at various tissues to help confirm suspicions that I was thinking at with my naked eye. And so I look at all of her organs, looking to see if there's any complications or confirming my suspicions. And so I looked at all of her organs, and the lungs look like there might be some pneumonia present. It wasn't pneumonia underneath the microscope. It was just the hemorrhage, the bleeding because of the terminal or near-death shock. Her pancreas was red and inflamed with my naked eye. I confirmed that with the microscopic examination. I'm able to get a better idea of how old the subdural hematoma is by looking at the cellular structures and how the body is trying to cure and heal itself. I'm able to get a better idea of the extent of her strokes, how long they've been present. All of that is more of examination of the tissues underneath the microscope.
And what were your findings when you looked under the microscope with regards to the trauma to your subdural hematoma, trauma to the brain?
Well, as I stated, it's been the subdural hematoma has been present there for a minimum of 10 days. It's more likely 2 weeks or advanced, but certainly 10 days prior to her death. The strokes are also an ongoing evolution of the strokes, and they've been developing for a similar time frame. For about a week or 2 weeks on up. It could be even a month or two, depending on various areas of the healing process.
Doctor, with regards, did the trauma cause the stroke?
Yes.
And as a result of that, is this a typical stroke that you would see in an ordinary person that dies of a stroke?
No.
Why is that?
Most people who die of strokes are older people who have underlying heart conditions, whereas they have a blood clot that travels to their brain and causes the brain to be starved of oxygen and blood, or there is a closure or a hemorrhage in one of the blood vessels. This is the only time I've seen a stroke to this degree in a toddler of 4 years of age. I've certainly seen them in children who are, born with cerebral palsy and, during birth process, but not because of trauma directed on this child. So what happened, as I stated, the brain is snug within the skull. There's bleeding on the surface, and that bleeding is expanding because blood vessels are torn. And so it adds pressure on the brain because the brain is soft and the heart is pumping blood with pressure. And so it squeezes that left side of the brain and closes off at least 2 major blood vessels to prevent blood going to that part of the brain and strokes in those parts of the brain.
And is it fair to say, doctor, based on your training and experience, that this was significant trauma that this child suffered to her head that caused this stroke?
Absolutely.
And Dr. Philo, in addition to your report of autopsy, did you also cause to have fluids examined as part and parcel of your autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings with regards to the fluids that you had taken?
The eye fluid is, so on the inside of the eyeball, it's like a water-like fluid. And I had that tested because it can give me an idea of how hydrated she is. And based on the chemical composition of her eye fluid, she's dehydrated. And that's what was analyzed in the laboratory at the medical examiner's office. The blood that I collected at autopsy was sent to the reference laboratory, and there's no drugs or chemicals in her blood system.
All right, doctor. And before we look at the photographs, so you can show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of these things that you have just spoken about with medical terms, based on this particular autopsy and your findings of this autopsy, and within the bounds of medical certainty, have you formed an expert opinion concerning the cause of death of Aniya Day?
Yes, I have.
And what is the cause of death?
Aniya Garrett died as a result of a cerebral infarction, and that was due to blunt impacts to head with subdural hematoma. And she also had a contributing cause of death as malnutrition.
And doctor, based on your opinion, to reasonable degree of medical certainty, and your findings as to the cause of death, what is your medical examiner's ruling with respect to the manner of death?
This is classified as a homicide.
And doctor, with the court's permission, we're going to show you some photographs to depict to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of your findings that you testified to. And with the court's permission, if I can have the doctor step down.
You may, doctor. Keep your voice up, please.
Will do.
Oh my God.
Starting with State's Exhibit 332. Can you tell us what we are seeing in this photograph, doctor?
State's Exhibit 332 is a photograph of Aniya Garrett when she came to the office. This one is one of the earlier ones when she came into the office, and she is lying on a autopsy cart. That's what the gray structure is around the back. She's on a body bag, which is the white cloth that's on top of the autopsy cart. And she's wearing a diaper, and her hands and feet are in paper bags that were placed in the emergency room at Euclid Hospital to preserve any potential evidence that might be collected on her hands and feet.
And Dr. Philo, you indicated to us that when an individual is presented to the medical examiner's office, a number is assigned to them, that number follows them throughout all the testing that is done at the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
And is that located here?
It is. So her unique number is IN 18-468.
And that number stays with her throughout the course of her time at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right, let's start with State's Exhibit 301.
State's Exhibit 301 is a photograph of Aniya Garrett, and she has been taken off of the body bag. Didn't really need to wipe off her face because it was already clean, but we oftentimes will have a photograph that is dirty, meaning how we receive, and then one that we clean off any blood. She didn't have any blood on her face. So this is our identification photograph. But we can also appreciate that around her left eye, there's that dark purple and gray. That is the black eye, as I described. And the very dark area on the upper eyelid is the laceration. That's a tear of her eyelid, and it's dry, so it's starting to scab. It's not actively bleeding. And her eye is swollen closed when you compare it to her right eye, which is partially open.
And doctor, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about rigor mortis and lividity?
Rigor mortis and lividity are two processes that the body goes through when we die. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles, and livor mortis is the settling of blood towards gravity. So rigor mortis, when we die, all of our muscles are going to become stiff, and they sort of become loosely stiff on up to being fully and completely stiff. And then they dissipate and go back down to being loosely stiff, and then finally we lose rigor mortis after about a day and a half of the time from death until a day and a half afterwards. The lividity, which is the blood settling, when the body dies, the heart stops pumping blood, and so blood is going to settle towards gravity. In some of the photographs, there may be some dark discoloration towards her back. That's because she's been lying on her back, and those are lividity. That's not trauma, and I'll point those out if they become an issue.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 305.
State's Exhibit 305 shows an overall depiction of what Aniya looks like. It pretty much shows that there's malnutrition. Her ribs are fairly prominent. Her stomach should be a straight line from her stomach down to her hip bones. You can see the hip bones as well. So she's lost all of her fat that's underneath her skin. Her skin of her knees and her joints are somewhat prominent, and those are because the soft tissues around them have loosened up there. There's a couple of injuries on her left shin that are noticed there as well. Those are those areas that the skin has sloughed off from blistering.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 307.
State's Exhibit 307 depicts the contusion, which is the bruise of her right forehead. It's somewhat faint, and it's just above the right eyebrow. And it's because of the faintness, that's why it's not a fresh bruise. It's been present there for about 7 days or so from her time of injury to death. There's also the small hemorrhages on the lower right eyelid. These are the shock hemorrhages, as I said, when she's going through shock. There's little hemorrhages in the lower right eyelid.
And doctor, forgive me, but what do you mean that she is going through shock at this point?
This is a slow death, so she didn't receive the injury and then die. She lingered for a while, and because of her brain having a stroke, the brain tells the body how to pump blood and how to eat, how to take in food. She's not able to do that, and so her body is slowly withering away. And as the body starts to die, you lose blood pressure because you don't have sugar in your blood, and that's what shock is. And so it's low blood pressure. Her organs are starting to revolt against her. Her pancreas is starting to digest itself. The stomach is doing similar there. So it's a gradual process. That's what shock does. So this is a gradual death.
State's Exhibit 309.
State's Exhibit 309 shows the configuration of her left eye injury, and it depicts the purplish gray discoloration. That's the bruise, the swelling, the eyelids are swollen closed, and then the darkest area of the upper eyelid is the laceration, which is from a blow to the left eye. It's not bleeding, it's dry, it's starting to scab over.
State's Exhibit 310.
State's Exhibit 310 is showing specifically that there's an abrasion on her left shoulder. It's just a minor scratch, but as I'm holding up her left arm, her scapula, which is her shoulder blade, is fairly well outlined. You can see the pattern of what the bone is because of the loss of her fat and muscle around it.
State's Exhibit 311.
State's Exhibit 311 is showing a closer photograph of the previous injury on her left shoulder, the yellow abrasion on the back of the left.
And doctor, we also have introduced, I think we've seen in other photographs, there seems to be a ruler there. Who's responsible for putting that there and what is your purpose?
The ruler is got her unique case number of IN 18468, but that is done by our photography department so that when we want close-ups, we can have a scale in there so we know how big that is in case there's ever an issue of location or what might have caused that injury.
All right, I believe we're on 313. All right, 313, what are we seeing in this photograph, sir?
State's Exhibit 313 is depicting the ulcers of her left hip. So there's 3 of them that I described, and they're in the photograph. This shadow here is the head of her left femur. Normally it should be smooth, but there's that shadow there because she's lost the fat of her fanning at the rear end there. But these are they're abrasions or ulcers starting to become bed sores.
State's Exhibit 314.
State's Exhibit 314 is the outside of her left leg, and this is where the skin has slipped away. And I described there's at least 6 areas on the outside of her skin on her left leg, and they're the bright red areas here. At one time, the skin was intact, but now it's broken down to show the superficial layers of the skin. And there's no direct pattern for me to say that these are from hot liquids or an object that was burnt on her, but they are some sort of an irritation or a sloughing of a traumatic sloughing off of the skin.
State's Exhibit 317.
State's Exhibit 317 shows those similar sloughing of her skin on her right lower leg and her foot of her right leg. Again, they're from her ankle area down to her right foot. No definitive pattern, so I can't say exactly what caused that, but it happened while she was alive and her skin has started to wear away.
State's Exhibit 318.
State's Exhibit 318 is a photograph of Aniya's backside, and I think this one shows clearly that she doesn't have the robust rear end, rounded fanny, because she's lost her underlying muscles and soft tissues, so that the skin is now wrinkled and kind of redundant, and the humps that we actually see of her rear end are her pelvic bones because she's lost the gluteus muscles.
State's Exhibit 319.
State's Exhibit 319 is the back of Aniya, and what you see going across the back are all of the vertebrae. These are the individual bones of the spine. They're prominent again because of the loss of her soft tissues. But there's also some scratches, some abrasions, as I described, in the left lower back, as well as in the central portion of the back. These are older scratches, and there's in a line-like pattern, probably because they're over ribs, and because her ribs are so close to her skin that there was some relatively minor trauma that scraped and left those abrasions on her back.
State's Exhibit 327, sir.
State's Exhibit 327 is the inside of Aniya's brain. And for orientation purposes, where I'm standing, that's where the face is going to be. Her hair up the back of the scalp is towards your right, and the skull has been taken off. And so when we take the skull off, there is a membrane. It's really hard. It's like hard plastic. That's the dura. That lines the inside of the skull. And that's what I have folded over. Normally it should be a whitish gray pink color. Hers on the left side is a yellow, in some areas a red, and that's hemorrhage, that's a blood clot. And much like when you bruise on the skin and it turns brown and yellow as it heals, it does the same thing on the inside of the skull, of the dura. And so this is old hemorrhage that has been healing. It has left some staining on her brain, which is the bottom portion of State's Exhibit 131.
What is the number on your shot for me? State's Exhibit 327. Dr. Philo, with regards to the side of the brain that's exposed, the gyri, does that tell us something too when you are examining that?
Yes. So there's no direct injury to the brain, meaning that when she received this blow or blows to the head, it was enough to damage the blood vessels, but not directly impact the brain. So there's no direct trauma to the brain. Unfortunately, there was bleeding in that closed area, and that caused pressure on the brain. So the convolution pattern of the brain, it's normal. It kind of waves and wiggles around. They're fine from this level here. There's no swelling of the brain. So there's no direct trauma other than the yellow staining on the front portion.
All right, State's Exhibit 328.
State's Exhibit 328 is same orientation, faces towards me, the back of the head is towards the floor, and this is of the right side of the brain. And to compare from the previous State's Exhibit, the right dura has now been folded back to show what the typical color of the dura should be. So it should be this whitish color, but there is a little bit of yellow discoloration towards the front. And that's just because some of that blood that started out on the left side just moved over to the right side because of the path of least resistance.
State's Exhibit 329.
State's Exhibit 329 is the base of the skull. I've now removed the brain, and for orientation purposes, her nose is going to be towards and her face is going to be towards the ceiling. So we're looking down directly at the base of the skull without the brain. And at the base of the skull, I've taken off the bones to look at the eyeballs. So rather than taking the eyeballs out the front, we take them out from the base of the skull so we don't scratch up and mar the face. The eyeballs are white and they're circular, and those are there's no trauma, but the tissues next to them should be a pink color and they're yellowish and brown. That's because she's had old trauma around her eyes, and that caused some old bleeding around that. So the reason why old bruises turn yellow and brown is because there's iron in blood, and iron, like rust out in the environment, it breaks down and gets a rusty color. So that's why in the tissues, they're going to be yellowish and brown. That's old blood. So this is just showing that there's old trauma around her eyeballs.
All right, State's Exhibit 332.
State's Exhibit 334 is of her stomach. So the esophagus, which is the food tube, is up on top. The stomach is now been opened. And most of the lining of the stomach is normal, kind of the tan color, but it's these dark red areas Those are the ulcers or the areas of hemorrhage because of the acid buildup of the stomach. It's starting to digest the stomach because there's no food in there to digest the food. So that's the inside lining of the stomach, and that's part of the shock, the slow down process.
States Exhibit 338.
States Exhibit 338 is a cross-section of the brain, and imagine I am looking at, away from you folks, and you're making a slice right through my brain and put it up there. This is the same orientation. So as you're looking, left is on your left, right is on your right. And this is a slice essentially taken right in the center from the ears straight down. So looking at the right side of the brain, this is normal where you have white in the center and then this ribbon going all the way around. That's the gray matter. It's a nice uniform pattern and it's got the tan or pink color. On the left side, there's areas where the ribbon, the gray matter is preserved, but particularly up near the top, you can't even see it. That's because of a stroke. Down in the lower portion is also an area of the stroke, and then in the deep recesses of that gray matter is also part of the stroke. This is not a direct trauma stroke. This is because of a lack of blood flow to the brain of the stroke.
States Exhibit 339.
States Exhibit 339 shows a close-up of the most severe portion of the stroke, which is the top and the front portion of the left brain. And again, following the normal on the right, where the gray matter is uniform, it dissolves so you can't even see it, and kind of comes and goes in different areas. That's because that area of the brain has died off and will not be able to grow back. The brain doesn't regenerate itself.
All right, and lastly, I think let's just go back. You may have already testified to States Exhibit 32, but I want to make sure. All right, we may not have had it. Okay, we didn't have it. So it's part of the record. There is no States Exhibit 33. All right, Dr. Fila, you can resume the witness stand. Now, you've indicated as part of your autopsy that the injury is to the left frontal lobe.
Yes.
All right. And with regards to that, what kind of condition would this child have been in once the stroke occurred?
Well, in that area of the brain, part of the affect is affected. So that means that, she's going to be somewhat, not interactive, kind of passe, and it's going to be noticeable that she's doesn't care as much as, wants to do things that normally used to be things that she wanted to do. It's also going to affect part of her sensation on the opposite side. So she's not going to be able to feel as much pain, move her muscles as much on the right-hand side as compared to the left side.
All right. And a person looking at her, based on your training and experience, would determine that this child needed some medical aid.
Yes.
And doctor, based on your training and experience in the autopsy that you did of Aniya Day, did you find that she suffered from chronic physical abuse and neglect?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Your Honor, just so the record is clear, Mr. Kilbane has indicated to me that State's Exhibit 332 was the first photograph that was shown. It was taken out of order to show when the body was received at the medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
I agree, yes.
Thank you. We have no further questions for Dr. Fielder. You need to talk.